Hey everybody, hope you got a good night's sleep. And I think we ended with questions still unanswered.
Yeah, let me just make sure they're in here as well. So it's supposed to be here in the morning. And as far as the questions go, you guys can always raise your hand in the chat. You can unmute yourself or you can type directly into the chat. And so that's kind of how the questions go. And let me just make sure. Yeah, let me see if I can fix this camera real quick. See if that worked. Yeah, action. Great. Okay. So yeah, we'll just go with the first question and we'll go from there. So I've never used essential oils or aromatherapy of any kind in my healing practice or personally. On February 27th, I'm receiving a total right knee replacement. Is it possible to help me figure out what I need in oils to prepare for the surgery and anything that might help afterwards? I am 71 years old and in great general health. I have an exceptionally strong immune system. I have normal blood pressure, A1C, and normal cholesterol. I do have arthritis in some joints, especially my spine. I meditate regularly and follow the teachings of MCKS.
Oh, good for you.
Any help or recommendation be incredibly helpful. Thank you.
So there's a couple of things that you would want to do, like preparatory, and you could continue them afterwards, but you'd want to add a little bit afterwards. So anytime you're prepping for a surgery, like with something like this, knee replacement usually means the knee was bone on bone, the meniscus is gone. So you have a bunch of inflammatory material that gets generated when walking, when the bones rub on each other. And so this is kind of the rule of thumb that I use for something like this is, for one, you want to deal with inflammation both before and after. And the easiest way to deal with this and the way to kind of stimulate the body's healing processes is to use black cumin. Black cumin would be used internally, 2 to 3 drops daily. It reduces the inflammation, accelerates the healing process. So you would do it prior just to keep everything calmed down and reduce inflammation and those kinds of things. But then after the fact, it will help reduce the inflammation from the surgery and help accelerate the healing process for your post-surgical activity. You're going to be doing physical therapy and things like that. The other thing that I usually have people use in situations like this is an oil called galbanum. It's in the frankincense family. Sometimes people will call it galbanum, but either way. And the thing with galbanum is you could also use myrrh instead. Either way, myrrh or galbanum, but I usually go galbanum. It helps to reduce pain levels. So basically it also increases your pain threshold, you're able to handle more pain, but it doesn't quite register like before. And even if you go, well, I don't really feel a lot of pain, or I don't, I'm not going to feel a bunch of pain afterwards. It's not just pain, there's a tension in the body that like a stress that gets generated. Even if it's not registering, it's still kind of there. And that combination of galbanum and black cumin together definitely accelerate the process before, but even more so after the fact. And especially as the anesthesia wears off, usually about a week later post-surgery is when the pain really will sink in and be at its peak. just because everything's waking up and anesthesia is wearing off the effects of. And that combination of the black cumin and the galbanum, it brings a lot of relief, and it definitely accelerates the healing process. I mean, I've had people where like maybe they've broken a bone or something. We gave them the combination, and they'd gone to the doctor, and the bone, that area was still very swollen and black and blue, and started taking this, and within 8 hours the swelling was already reducing, the discoloration was already breaking up, like it was healing. The other thing that I would do is there's a body tonic that we make called Blue Healer. I would put the Blue Healer on before, and then afterwards, when the wound closes, I'd start applying it back to the area. So you're going to have 10 days or so where you're not going to be able to put it on after the surgery, just to let the wound close. Beforehand, it reduces inflammation, it keeps everything calm, it calms down the sensory nerves. I mean, it feels very good on the area. And then afterwards, it's not so much about pain management, although it will take some of the pain down, but it's also about reducing the inflammation. A lot of the oils in there are super anti-inflammatory. And anytime you have a surgical procedure like this, you're dealing with a lot of inflammation, post-surgery. And, it's usually the rule of thumb is within about 3 months, you get about 80% of your, strength and mobility back. And then it takes another 9 months to get that last 20%. And so with this, it just keeps everything reduces the inflammation, keeps everything calm, relaxes the muscles, makes it easier for you to do your physical therapy. Kind of helps with joint mobility a bit. So that is something I would follow up with. And then post-surgery, I'd also add helichrysum in a neat application, which is direct to the scar site. Scars in this area is not just the open incision, but it's also the tension or contraction of the soft tissue, not necessarily muscle, but like fascia and soft tissue in that area, that reduces circulation and prevents nerves from functioning quite like they should. And the helichrysum will soften up that scar, increase circulation to the connective tissue, and reduce the scar tissue. Like if you don't do that, a lot of times what they have to do in physical therapy is what they call like friction massage, where they get in and they just kind of go against the scar and just basically try to irritate it and get blood there. It's very uncomfortable, but it the scar tissue does need to be broken up. Helichrysum is a great way to do this without the pain. Helichrysum reduces inflammation, has an effect on pain, has an effect on scars. It helps the wound to bind better. It's antispasmodic. There's lots of reasons why to be using the helichrysum on that area. You will just need one bottle. You won't need to go through bunches of it, but after that you should be good. So I think we also have a kit that is, don't we have a pre or post surgery kit?
Yeah, actually,
yeah. So we also
find that link.
Yeah, we have a surgery kit that we put out as well. And so it has a lot of what we're talking about here. I think there's one or two other things in it, but
Yeah, I'll look at the kit, and then for all of the kits Greg makes, product packs and kits, they come with PDFs of application.
yeah.
So it's literally like Greg telling you how to apply these things.
Yeah.
Now, someone's asking for the galbanum or the myrrh. For the galbanum though, is it internal as well?
Galbanum, you can get away with putting a few drops on the wrist. You can take it internal. The myrrh would need to be internal. Galbanum, you can get away with just putting it on your wrist. Sometimes people still opt to take it internally just because it's it's in the frankincense family, so it's got a little bit of a frankincense smell, but it's like frankincense's weird cousin. Like it's an odd smell. You can smell like it's frankincense-ish, but it's got a little bit of a funky smell to it. And so I personally like the smell, but not everybody does. And so if you don't really care for the smell, just take it internal.
And if taken internal, would it be the same as the black cumin? Would it be the 2 to 3 drops
Yeah,
daily?
yeah.
And again, welcome everybody who just came in. If you have a question, you can raise your hand, you can unmute yourself, you can type the question in the chat. We are covering some of the questions that were asked yesterday still, so yeah, someone's asking, is helichrysum good for old scar tissues?
Yeah, doesn't matter how old the scar is. It could be fresh and brand new. I mean, it could actually even be an open cut that you put it on and help the wound to bind. And then reduce the scarring after the fact. But it could be a 30-year-old scar and it will still soften it up and break down the scar tissue. If you have like thick keloids, a lot of times it will even break down the keloid somewhat and thin it out. So
how long do you recommend waiting between taking oils internally?
a couple minutes. Like, it doesn't have to be very much.
And this is a little bit of a follow-up from yesterday with the radiation question. So in the I asked about his runny nose. It's not all the time, but sometimes his nose really runs. I've never seen it before. He can just stand over the sink and just let it run out. It's all clear.
Oh, wow.
But a lot of it. And it, as you know, just washes his face as it goes on. But suggestions for that. And then you had also recommended, because it was after the chemo and radiation, the Angelica ginger ANS support. You mentioned a handful of oils. I can go through. They're wondering what would the application be for some of these things. And if you need, I can go through one, but maybe we'll do the nose running first.
Yeah, let's do the nose running. So the nose running, whenever you see that where it's like the nose just turns on like a faucet, a lot of times Angelica taken internally will knock that out, like sometimes in a single dosage. This being so bad, where it runs that hard, it might take a few dosages, but I do like probably 3 or 4 dosages of Angelica internal and keep doing it until it stops. I'd even do it a little bit past when it stops, just to ensure that it doesn't, keep happening again. Usually, I mean, this can happen where the nose just runs like that and it's like a clear mucousy kind of thing. It's probably exaggerated by the chemo. Like that's what I would guess, is the chemo has made that mechanism a little bit worse. But yeah, try doing the Angelica and
that was how many drops?
2 to like maybe 3 internally.
Okay.
I mean, you could do more if you think it's going to be helpful, but 3 is pretty solid. Probably no more than 5. And then what was the other part?
Yeah, so the other part was he's weaker but gaining strength every day. He wakes around 5 a.m. and then goes back to sleep for a nap for an hour or so, and then up around 8 a.m. He's getting out and walking and eating better. His appetite seems to have picked up, although he's eating smaller portions. He'd be open to taking oils internally and maybe inhaling a little bit. And yesterday, let me see if it says specifically what you were addressing. I think it was just help like getting his body back after the chemo and radiation and his digestion and runny nose.
What did I say? I don't remember.
You had ginger, AMS support. You had mentioned caraway, maybe cinnamon, and rosemary verbena.
For digestive issues, I don't remember what we were talking about.
Yeah. If you can type in more specifics about what you want like to address specifically for him, like so Greg can say this for him kind of thing. So that'd be great. And then we can always come back.
Okay.
Someone's asking, what would you recommend for someone about to go through open heart surgery, valve replacement, either pre or post op oil recommendations?
Well, anytime before surgery, you want to stop a good 48 to 72 hours prior. I mean, that's such an involved surgery. Same thing that we talked about with the knee, like the black cumin, the galbanum, the blue healer, applied to the chest area. And then after the fact, after the wound closes, you can go back to the blue healer and again, helichrysum on the spot. Yeah. Basically you're just trying to deal with the surgical invasion. You're dealing, I mean, it's still a wound. So you're wanting to treat it as a wound, nothing super specific to the heart function or anything like that. They're going to be on medications, and any oils would just be a complication. So like normally I would just stay out of anything to do with the heart, but you can deal with the wounds from the surgery. Yeah.
So same as the knee surgeries, you
Yeah.
said stop 48 hours prior to
Yeah.
surgery.
Probably like 48 is probably pretty solid, but like even rule of thumb, sometimes I like to say 72 hours just to give it completely plenty of time to be out of your system as the person goes under the scalpel. And so that way there's no complication. I mean, the big ones to really stay away from are things like lemon, the herb ginkgo biloba, even helichrysum internally prior to the surgery. Anything that's going to like thin the blood and make the bleeding like excessive, like while under the scalpel is not good. But you just don't want to have any sort of complications. You want the doctor to have all the pieces. And taking things right up to the time of surgery is him or her not having all the pieces, and like you never know what something's going to do while they're cut open like that. And so rule of thumb is just 72 hours before, like nothing, no herbs, no vitamins, no oils, nothing.
And then for post-surgery, when can they start the application?
When you wake up, you can start doing the black cumin and the galbanum pretty immediately. After that, the application of blue healer, I usually have them wait until the wound closes, just because it's a lot of topical and there's alcohol and witch hazel in it. And so there's that. The wound, you can put helichrysum on an open wound, but we don't want to freak the doctors out by putting something on a big, deep surgical site. So I usually have the person wait till the wound closes before applying the helichrysum for the scarring. Just so, again, there's no complications, and don't want to freak the doctor out that you're putting something on a deep wound. And so the blue healer and the helichrysum after the wound has closed. Yeah.
Yes, the galbanum and the black cumin are ingested.
Mm-hmm.
And with the helichrysum is, I posted up above, it's applied directly neat. So
Yeah,
if you.
nothing's better for a scar than helichrysum. I mean, it just takes the, the line will still be there, but all the spasm and like tension underneath in the soft tissue will go away. And it does lighten up the scar. The only time we've seen some discoloration one time on somebody that was Chinese, putting it on the scar site, the scar darkened a little bit, but hard to say why that happened. Hundreds and hundreds of times, that's the only time I've ever seen that happen, but still there's always the potential of a little discoloration.
Angelica is somewhat expensive. Are there any substitutes?
For the nose running?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of. Yeah.
What's in Scar Blend besides helichrysum?
Helichrysum and marjoram. I have to look it up. Marjoram and cypress.
Great. And then go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. Good morning. I'm looking forward to today. Okay, I wanted to ask, I got that lovage in the tonic probably about July, August. You mixed it up because of the Mohs surgery I had.
Sure.
Would it still be good? I put
Oh
it
yeah,
on.
that'd be good in a decade. Like it's you're good. Yeah.
Okay. And a lot of these oils, do they last for a while?
Yeah, they'll last like probably, I mean, sometimes longer, but a good solid 10 years. The only ones that like they don't really go bad, they just become a little bit acidic is the citrus peels. After about 3 or 4 years, they'll start to become a bit more acidic. You still can diffuse them, but I just wouldn't use them topically on the skin.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah, but everything else, like some things actually get better with age. Like the heavier oils tend to get better, but like, we even have like a lavender that I bought and stuck on the shelf probably 20 years ago, but I aged it to like have like aged lavender.
Wow.
And yeah, it changes the scent, and sometimes it can change the properties a little bit, but usually you can get a good solid 10 years out of them. But I mean, I have things that are probably 30 years old and they still work. It's just old personal things that I've collected over the years. And so
my other question was, would 3 wise men be a good one for me to consider bringing in?
I like 3 wise men for a lot of different reasons. For one, it's balancing to parts of the nervous system. There's that component. It does stimulate some cerebral, like cerebral spinal fluid circulation. It does hit that a bit. It's anti-inflammatory. It jumpstarts the endocrine system. I mean, I use it all the time. Like, like just this morning, right before we came in, I did my basil and I did my 3 wise men.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. So.
Now, and if I get mugwort, you want me to still go for the Supreme one?
I mean, either one works, but the Supreme is a little bit more potent than the ones they are individually, either the Artemisia or the mugwort by themselves, because they're combined. And so like anytime you take plants from the same plant from different regions, you increase their potency because, they had different factors like when they're growing. And so like I always kind of put it in a way that like it's more full spectrum. Like, you know, there's the
Wow.
potential of the plant, but the environment doesn't always bring out the fullest potential of the plant. And so when you have it from different regions, you're getting closer to the full potential of the plant. And so any of the Supremes, that's what they are, is like just the same plant from different areas, different regions. And so it usually makes it 3 to 5 times stronger, you know. And so, yeah, I would say that's a solid choice.
Oh, I love it. And that was great information. I guess
Mhm.
my only other question, because it's an
Mhm.
investment when we buy these oils, is
Sure.
the best way to keep them away from heat and probably direct
Yeah.
sunlight, you know?
Like away from heat and out of like direct sunlight. Um, you know, the bottles do protect it from the light and the sunlight and things like that, but still you don't need to tempt fate there a little bit. But like heat and then excessive like temperature fluctuations, you know,
Oh,
for example, like years ago people got it in their head that keeping the citrus oils, which potentially can go bad in 3 or 4 years, you know, become acidic. So they would start keeping them in their refrigerator, trying to like, you know, lengthen the life of the oil. And what ended up happening is it actually shortened the life because of the big temperature fluctuations. And
oh,
sometimes, like keeping it in the refrigerator, there would be a water condensation, and there'd get a little bit of water inside, and it would actually cause like molds to grow inside the oils. And so, like I just say, like on a shelf somewhere, like you know, no need to keep them extra cool or anything like that. Just you know, on a bookshelf or something, as long as there's no direct sunlight on it and everything. I mean, it doesn't have to be anything fanatical, but at the same time, you know, don't stick them in the windowsill.
excellent. Thank you very much.
You're so
Have a,
welcome.
all right. Thank you.
And then someone saying the oils from plant prana last. How about others?
If they're genuine oils, they should last. Synthetics would also last. And so if it's a synthetic thing, you know, where it's a fragrance, if anything, the scent will dissipate over a period of time. But you know, you're not really looking to synthetics for therapeutic use. People who usually do it for just a scent. But you know, the genuine oil is the genuine oil. It's not been manipulated by anybody or anything. And so you know, as long as it's genuine, it should last. You know, one of the ways that people would water down oils in the old days, I'm sure some people still do it, is they'll use like a canola oil, which potentially could go rancid at some point. A lot of times they use things like DPG or which is just alcohol and glycerin mixed together. And so that doesn't really go bad. Um, yeah, so anyway.
Our roller balls use jojoba.
Right.
Um,
So the roller balls are 40% essential oil and 60% jojoba. And the reason that we use jojoba for that is jojoba is actually not truly an oil, it's actually a wax. And it means that it doesn't go rancid, it doesn't go bad. So it's a great way to extend a scent like naturally, and it's a way to, you know, put a little bit in with of the oil in with a carrier oil, but not have it go rancid. So even if it got left out in the sun, even if it had direct sunlight or was exposed to some sort of heat or something like that, the normal massage oil or carrier oils would go rancid. Jojoba does not. And so again, we made them so that it would last for, you know, a really long time, like a decade or so. And so,
thanks. And go ahead, Ollie.
hey, Ollie.
We can't hear you yet. Let's get you unmuted. This.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. How are you, Ollie?
Thank you. Fine, fine. Thank you, Greg. I'm still in heaven since the last workshop.
You're so sweet.
It was really wonderful. It blows everything away, not just my mind, but I think also my soul. Can I ask you a question
Yes,
about
yes,
the diabetes?
yes.
Because in my family, I have my father and my grandfather that have diabetes, developed diabetes in older age. So I would like to ask you if there is something that I could use to prevent, because actually I'm free from.
Yeah, so like there's actually a little section here. Where is it at? There it is, 29 on page 5.
Okay.
There's a thing for diabetes, and so cinnamon, like with the essential oils, like you might find some relief. It's not going to be like the total treatment for diabetes, but it could be helpful. And there's all the dietary issues and everything like that, but cinnamon sometimes can regulate the blood sugar. And I've tried it with some people. I haven't used it enough to go where like, this consistently works. Like for me, I need about at least 25 people where I've gone, okay, we've treated it this way, we've produced a result, we can do it time and time again. Like that seems pretty solid. And I just haven't had enough people where I've treated it with. Preliminary, it seems kind of good, but fenugreek, geranium also are helpful. Melissa poses like a little bit of an interesting thing, because Melissa helps to re-educate like the insulin like receptor sites, and so potentially you can almost reverse some of the conditioning with the consistent use of Melissa. It would have to be internal, would have to be relatively daily. Like if you skip a couple days, no big deal, but like used on a regular basis, you potentially can keep the blood sugar down because of it. Fenugreek has also shown some promise, but again, I haven't treated anything like long enough to where I go, this is the ticket. All the things that are listed have produced some sort of result. The juniper, probably the least out of the group, but everything there is kind of like helpful, but also like herbally, things like bitter melon can be very helpful. There's the herb where people take cinnamon like capsules. So the cinnamon oil is much more potent than that, so that should be helpful. And then let's see, bitter melon, and I want to say it's bearberry. Berberine. I'll look up. There's one other one. I want to say it's like bearberry. Bearberry. Something like that. I'll look it up and get back to you on that before the end of the day. And then the other thing to keep in mind is cypress helps to jumpstart like a weakened pancreas. And so in theory, you could use cypress as prevention more than like if it was already there, it's probably not going to do a whole lot. But if you're trying to prevent diabetes, then cypress could be used like on a daily basis, again internally, just to keep jump starting and keeping the pancreas like strong. But sometimes it's like the receptor sites, there's like lots of different reasons why the issue can happen. And so blood sugar does get a little bit weird as you get older. Sometimes it goes low, sometimes it goes high, and you know, I always liken that to like a healthy endocrine system. If you keep the endocrine system relatively healthy, it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. It just might happen not as much. It might happen later in life. You're buying some time. And so the three wise men for the whole endocrine system, but Cypress very specific for the pancreas.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Yeah, it's good to hear from you. What time is it over there in Italy? What time is it?
Oh, it's not too late today. It's 6 p.m.
Oh, nice.
6 p.m.
Yeah.
And for the cinnamon, is it also internal?
Yeah, it would have to be internal. All of those things would have to be internal.
And as far as internal, are we talking 1 to 3 drops, 2 to 3 drops
Probably 2 or 3 drops.
for
yeah.
all of those different things?
Yeah. In waters, definitely with the cinnamon and water. Yeah, maybe even the Melissa. Like I take it straight, but you usually have to wash it down with something.
And the person with the chemo, they were here for the Angelica part, and they just weren't on the computer. They said, ironically, the nose seems to have stopped running.
Oh, good. If it stopped, it stopped. Yeah.
I was wondering if there was maybe 2 or 3 oils he might be able to open. He might be open to using neat or topically daily to deal with the effects of the chemo and radiation. What would be the top choices?
Okay, so not internal is what we're saying.
And you can type in here to clarify if you think, I thought earlier internal was okay, but go ahead and type in. Internal is okay in water.
So okay with that. Anytime you're dealing with chemo, like post chemo, Greenland moss is going to be like top of the list, and it undoes some of the effects that have happened to the liver. Like it basically helps to detoxify the material out and helps to regenerate the liver with everything that's happened. So there's that component. The other component would be I would do like some sort of lymphatic flush. And so you have a couple of choices. You can do some lymphatic blend like topically. But you know what I would do, just because with chemo, you also have a little bit of a weakened immune system and the potential for getting sick, and you want to boost up that part of the immune system. And so like Monarda complex poses like an interesting kind of application. Is you can use it to boost the immunity, especially against viruses and things like this, because we're going into also cold and flu season, potential for COVID. Even though COVID, the symptoms aren't like they were a couple of years ago, and that it's as fatal as it was, a few years ago, that's changed. I mean, that's the nature a lot of times of viruses. As time goes by, they become less potent. And so they do mutate a bunch, but they become less potent. And the Monarda complex will help with that. But that combination of oils does a very interesting thing, is that it stimulates lymphatic circulation. Not so much the detox itself, but the circulation, where like lymphatic blend kind of stimulates a little bit of everything, like a little bit of detoxification of tissues, the lymph nodes, the circulation. But sometimes when you get in there and you really start fine tuning it, each aspect needs its own little separate blend. And in this case, the Monarda complex definitely helps to stimulate the movement of lymph. And the movement of lymph has been hampered by all the inflammatory material and all the byproduct of the things that have been, done with the chemo and things. And so I would go to those two things right there. And then if I was to do one more thing, ANS support in the internally for helping to rehab the digestive tract. You could add ginger to that as well, just to reduce inflammatory materials and things like that. But the ANS, I think, is like kind of the go-to thing. And, anytime the body's been under stress, the place that it hits the hardest is the digestive tract. And so even if he's not displaying symptoms associated with digestive issues, a lot of times they don't happen immediately. They're like down the line. And again, by unwinding the stress in the digestive tract, you're basically slowing down the aging process. You're slowing down the tendency of the organs to break down at a faster rate. So I would probably do the ANS support. I mean, you could always add in black cumin, you could always add in other things, but like if you just kept it to like a small handful of things, I'd go Greenland moss, I'd go Monarda complex, and ANS support. The Monarda complex you could get away with just inhaling, so you could even get like a little tiny bottle, just because you're not going to be taking it internally all the time, and inhale it. So you could get a little 2 ml bottle instead of a 5 ml bottle. There's that component. The Greenland moss you are going to be taking internal, and the ANS support will be taking internal as well.
And as far as internal, the 1 to 3 drops a day.
Yeah, probably 2 to 3 drops daily on each one of those. Yeah. Greenland moss though is invaluable for post chemo treatment.
Someone that was asking the application for Monarda complex and lymphatic blend. I just want to clarify.
Lymphatic blend would be topical, like in a lotion or a body tonic, or salt baths. And Monarda complex would just be through sustained inhalation. I mean, you could do both, but I was trying to do things with just a small handful of oils.
Yeah, and I will post that to ML. I do have it on the website, and I'll just post the link here for you guys.
We can do anything in a little 2 ml bottle. So even if it's not listed, just let us know, especially if it's something expensive and you're wanting to experiment with it or see if it works, or you just don't feel you need that much. Just let us know. We'll do a 2 ml bottle, even if it's not posted.
Is cinnamon in my coffee okay? It really is quite tasty.
Cinnamon essential oil?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if Samantha was asking that, because Samantha puts cinnamon powder in her coffee every day.
If we have regular Monarda and lymphatic blend,
Yeah, that'll work. The combination of Monarda complex is a little bit stronger for the lymphatic movement, but Monarda will also do it. Yeah.
they're wondering if they can just add the Monarda to their lymphatic blend.
Oh no, that would do something different. Like I would inhale the Monarda, apply the lymphatic blend. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And then go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Let's get you unmuted.
Excuse me, having a little challenge here.
There you go.
Now you can hear me? Good. Hey, Greg, I'm putting
Hey.
together my little cheat sheet on the oils.
Mhm.
and I'm particularly interested in time. How much in general does time impact the digestive system?
It does some. If there's infection, it would be one of the things that gets used, but it also helps to establish friendly bacteria
Mm-hmm.
and trying to remember here. I think it's one of the things that we also use to offset some of the like enzyme deficiencies, like
Mm-hmm.
rosemary, verbena, and a form of thyme. Other than that, I mean, there might be something that jumps out, but thyme's more like infection, circulation,
Mm-hmm.
friendly bacteria. Not so much for spasms, not so much for mucus, not so much for inflammation. Like when you're dealing with the digestive tract, there's, regardless of the condition, there's like about 7 things you're looking for. Like, is there spasms? Is there proper peristalsis, like muscle movement? Is there inflammation?
Yeah.
Is there pain? We look at friendly bacteria, we look at mucus. Yeah, that's about all I can think of for time right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Like you can kind of see like the big hitters for the digestive tract are cinnamon, clove, anise, tarragon, rosemary, verbena, palmarosa, just because of what it does for the friendly bacteria, savory for a couple of things. Then there's like some specialty things. You have the seeds with the fennel, the coriander, caraway. And then out of that, it starts to be like kind of specialty things. But like that handful of oils, you can do a lot with the digestive tract.
Okay.
A lot. Yeah.
All right. Excellent. Is there a particular time, or does linalool, red, and Moroccan, any of them pretty much all do the same thing?
They all are a little bit different.
Right.
Like I have a paper on both eucalyptuses and thymes, that like all the variations and what they do. And
Okay.
I haven't finished it yet, but that sometime I'm gonna get out to you guys.
I was going to ask if Sam could put that one in the updates, weekly updates.
Yeah.
That would be handy.
Yeah. And so usually for like digestive issues, just your good old fashioned red thyme or white thyme usually is what gets used.
Okay.
If there is like a lot of sensitivity to the heat and it's a long-term treatment, then you switch over to like the thyme thuyonol or geranol, linalool, something like that. They tend to be softer. And like thyme thuyonol is probably a little bit better at treating certain viral issues. The other one that is like a very potent form of thyme is benchmark thyme. Like I don't talk about it very much just because there's not actually a lot of it that floats around. And I try to get my hands on whatever I can and always have it in stock. But it's a type of thyme that was grown. It's kind of like how we do Supremes.
Yeah.
But they did it a little bit different. Like benchmark thyme is grown in it's the same type of thyme, but grown in 4 different environments with different plants around it. Like, so they stimulate certain properties within the plant by what they grow around it, and then they put it all together and distill it. And it's kind of interesting. There's no other plant that they really do that with, but in my earlier days, this was before Monarda and anything like that. But when when you talked about something immune related, time was always kind of the go-to thing to treat immunity issues. And benchmark time was considered like the silver bullet, like that's the thing that was just, or the magic bullet or whatever. It was the thing that was the go-to. Now we have other things that we didn't have, 20, 25 years ago. And so, it's still in the mix, but if you have any form of time, you're doing pretty solid. But
Okay.
the benchmark time and the red time would be the two go-to things for a lot of the digestive issues.
Okay. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Oh, yesterday, we have a lot of new students, and you were talking about the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system, and they didn't know what that was.
Oh, so sympathetic is what people would refer to. So first off, when you're dealing with sympathetic, parasympathetic, you're dealing with a part of the nervous system known as the autonomic part of the nervous system, which is the involuntary part of your nervous system. Like the thing that makes your body move, your muscles move, your legs, all those things are tied to the somatic part of your nervous system, or the voluntary part of your nervous system, where you have control. Like the involuntary is like there's no control. Your part of the nervous system is just running operations in the body, right? And so within that, you have a division of sympathetic and parasympathetic. Sympathetic being associated with activity or your fight flight response, and then parasympathetic has to do with the rest and repair mode in the body. So you're going between activity and then rest and repair. And so sympathetic versus parasympathetic just simply means between activity and rest. And rest also includes like eating. So that's why you see like when there's like nausea, diarrhea, things like that, there's usually a disturbance in the parasympathetic or the rest and repair mode of the nervous system. And so, yeah. Yeah, if I ever start talking like that and you don't understand, just like bring it to my attention or whatever. Like, I always try to say it in like ways that are understandable if you don't have like anatomy, physiology, like, but I also forget sometimes. And so, just bring it to my attention so that it's all digestible.
And go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, Samantha, amazing how you're getting all this information up there for us. And I know sometimes Letty jumps in and helps you do that, and he helps Greg, just amazing information. It's a book in itself, but it's a verbal kind of book. And of course, I love listening to Greg's voice. It puts me into one of those blissful altered states anyway. But I love the fact that you reminded us in one of our recent classes that when we get into the fetal position, that sends the body-mind message of a rest and repair. And, over the years, we were taught you have to sit up straight and you have to do this and do that when you meditate. But the idea that you give us or we have permission to get into the fetal position or near fetal position to let go of that fight or flight when our brain and our mind is going all over the place. I just find that very powerful, and that puts us into that parasympathetic, that rest and repair mode. When you got stuff going on, I don't think I remember ever learning that going into the fetal position put us into that rest and repair. So I just want to
I think what I was talking about is like when there's a lot of inflammation in the body, you basically lose tension in the extensors, and when your body is deep in fight flight, the flexor muscles become very activated, and so your body becomes like like muscularly like out of balance, you could say. And so when that happens, that's why when you're like, say you're sick or you have a fever or something like that, when you start to really unwind, going into that fetal position, it takes the tension off all those flexors. And so it just deepens like that parasympathetic state, because you're not having to offset the tension. Flexors, anything that brings a joint together. And so like here would be this to bring that, forearm together like that. And so your hamstrings would be it, your hip flexors, also known as your psoas, things like this. And so it just takes that pressure off and just allows you to go into a deeper state of relaxation.
Yeah, I totally agree. Thank you for that information and everything else you're offering us. Great class. Thank you.
Oh, good. I'm glad you enjoyed.
And just for you guys, I think also one of the things you were talking about at that time was maybe even marjoram. You can just apply it and it allows, you were giving some suggestions of oils that would help the body too.
You could apply marjoram to the flexor areas if you wanted to be fancy. But, marjoram also pulls you out of fight, flight, and deepens the parasympathetic state. So, or rest and repair mode, whatever you want to call it.
What is the application for geranium for a swollen tongue?
A little bit of a gargle and a couple of drops internal.
And Greg, talk about fecal incontinence for women from childbirth in case anyone else suffers from this.
Okay. So a lot of times how you would treat that would be like things that help with diarrhea. Even though there's not diarrhea, it's still some of the same mechanisms that are in play. And so if you go to the diarrhea section, cinnamon, clove, galbanum, ginger, lemon, neroli, my go-to one here would be probably cinnamon. Like I would do cinnamon probably right off the bat. It would need to be internal. Clove would probably be my second, and then either ginger or galbanum would be my third choice. All of them would need to be internal. You would need to do it consistently, but if you think about what cinnamon does, is it helps to reestablish proper peristalsis, which is proper rhythm and movement of the digestive tract. And so it's very helpful in cases of diarrhea. And here, even though the fecal matter is more solid, it still kind of has that same vibe of diarrhea. It's just it's solid instead of liquid. And so I would go through and I would treat it like that. I would treat it with some cinnamon taken internally. This might even be one of those cases where you put a couple of drops in a capsule with a little bit of olive oil and take it just so it gets down a little bit further in the gut. But even if you put it in water and drink, it should work. And so I would treat it pretty consistently for a couple of months, even if the symptoms get better. Like you really want to establish proper muscle movement in the digestive tract. And even when you achieve it, I would still treat it for a little while just to really establish that pattern in the digestive tract. So.
Yeah, go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Would you do would you use the same process with the cinnamon for constipation?
Constipation, a lot of times with constipation, I use either lemongrass or terebinth.
But similarly, 2 to 3
Yeah.
drops in water for a
2
couple
or 3
months.
drops daily, and then every day. And I would actually even take a step further, like with the lemongrass, is
Yeah.
I'd take it internally, but I'd also do a lot of inhalation with your awareness down, just like in your abdominal cavity, like kind of like how we did yesterday.
Yeah.
There's been several times where somebody, like in a class, was talking about, like, they're having a bad bout of constipation, and like as I was lecturing, I would have them inhale the lemongrass, and
Mhm.
usually within 30 minutes to an hour they would get up and go to the bathroom.
Okay. But
Yeah.
it would still be 2 or 3 drops in water or oil in a capsule for a period of time.
You could just do it in water, like you don't necessarily need to do the capsule for that. And
Yeah.
I would inhale, like, so I would do it internal and topical, and
Okay.
or I mean not topical, inhalation, sustained
Right.
inhalation. And the thing is with sometimes the constipation, it can be dryness, like the mucous
Mhm.
membranes aren't moistened enough, and so then you can go, oh well, maybe a little Shazandra, or like kind of the easy way to treat it is to add like flax oil to the diet, be it a capsule or a little flax oil on something, or flax seeds, anything of that nature. That's one way, but a lot of times it's neurological, like the nerves just, your nervous system, especially in your gut, isn't balanced. So then
Right.
you balance that out. And so lemongrass is very good for balancing out the nervous system. And so, yeah. That's why it
Okay.
works for so many things. Like it's not like it's like, oh, it's great for these specific conditions, but like you have general things, you take lemongrass, all of a sudden you feel better. It's because it's balanced out the nervous system.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll add that to my cheat sheet of notes.
Yeah, there you go.
And go ahead, Sandra.
Hey, Sandra.
Hi, Greg.
Hey,
I
here.
have a couple of bottles of your Tamanu oil,
Mhm.
carrier oil, and I was wondering, is that ingestible or not?
Boy, I don't even know. Like, it's a carrier oil, so you would use it more like for topical applications.
Yeah,
I don't know that it would taste very good.
well,
Like,
I was thinking about just a carrier oil to ingest, like in a
oh,
capsule.
usually traditionally we would use olive oil, like
Okay.
just like a little bit of just whatever generic olive oil.
What about fractionated coconut oil?
Yeah,
Would
that would work. Yeah,
Okay, I've got that. All right,
yeah.
thanks.
You're so welcome.
And just as a reminder, if you have any questions, you can type in or you can unmute or raise your hand, but right now.
Okay, so one of the things that I want to talk about, I want to talk about just like troubleshooting some issues with the digestive tract. So, yesterday we did a thing where we did a protocol where we went through and unwound like potential stresses in the gut, by paying attention to our gut and then going to the spine and going to the gut and going to the spine. And even doing that without oils will help, but doing it with oils will greatly reduce the stress levels in the digestive tract, or that have impacted the digestive tract. But there's other things that actually impact the digestive tract. And one of them is there can be a lot of disturbances in digestion caused by these little muscles that run along the spine. And they're called multifidi, and they're just like these little tiny muscles that go from vertebrae to vertebrae that allow you to like twist and bend forward and do all these things. But these muscles, when they get contracted, or they develop what you would call a trigger point. And a trigger point is not just a muscle or a spasm, but it is a neurological issue. Like it actually is a tightness or a spasm that actually starts to cause neurological dysfunction. right? And so with that, I'm going to give you a little rundown of what can happen with. So with these like little tiny muscles getting irritated in the back, here are primary symptoms that can come out of that. Abdominal pain, bloating, nausea, abdominal cramps, iliosacral pain, irritable bowel syndrome, low back, lumbar pain, mid-thoracic pain. Everything else is not associated with digestive issues, but you know, something like irritable bowel can actually be more a back issue than it can be just of the digestive tract. And if you think about like this is hitting a lot of your spinal nerves and how the nerves interact with the different organs, you know, all of this comes from the spine. And so there's muscles in your abdomen that can also cause dysfunction, like diarrhea and digestive dysfunctions, muscle movement, things like this. And when I say muscle movement for the digestive tract, I'm not talking about us bending and everything. It's the movement of digestion itself. And so there's ways to go through and unwind the spine without having somebody get in and manipulate the spine. And if you look at, there's usually 3 or 4 spots. One up about mid shoulder blade area, one like at the bottom of the rib cage, one around the SI joint, and another one that's on the side of the sacrum, down towards the bottom, not completely at the bottom, but towards the bottom. And the good thing about what we're about to do is you don't have to treat those spots, you just treat the whole spine. And so with that, you have a couple of choices that potentially are helpful, but the best choice, both cost-wise and effectiveness, is marjoram. Marjoram is like a go-to thing for, you know, bringing your body out of fight, flight, and bringing it better into rest and repair, and it helps to balance out the involuntary part of your nervous system. It reduces spasms. It's very calming. It's very soothing. It's what you would use to fall asleep, especially if you're prone to digestive issues. All of those things are in play. But one of the things is, because it's such a great antispasmodic, when applied to the spine, it not only relaxes the spine, but it can help the spine self-correct. Like if there's a bone out of place, you know, also known as a subluxation. If there's a subluxation and you are applying marjoram to the spine, a lot of times there'll be a pop that allows that subluxation to self-correct. I mean, it doesn't happen every time, but it happens a lot. You know, we have chiropractors who make like a liniment spray with alcohol and marjoram, and they'll spray it down the spine, let it dry, and then they do their manipulations because they say that makes the bones move so much easier. And so with that, if you do not have that, one of the substitutes, which is an expensive substitute, is poplar. Poplar balsam works really super well for this as well. It's just, it's very costly. And then the other one, which you wouldn't really think about, is butterbur, like that oil that we kind of released I don't know, a couple months ago, used mostly for migraines and increasing circulation in the brain and things like that. But one of the things that it also does is it relaxes these multifidi muscles. If you don't have any of those, I would suggest getting marjoram. It's very inexpensive and very invaluable. Like, honestly, it's, out of all the oils we sell, singles and blends, we sell the most is marjoram. You know, marjoram is our number one seller. And it's good. It's a workhorse. It does a lot of things, and it's inexpensive. And so if you don't have that, use something that's also a bit antispasmodic, you know, basil, petitgrain, spikenard, vetiver, anything that has an anaspasmodic quality to it. But let's have you pull something out that's anaspasmodic. If you didn't hear something that you have, like you don't have any of those, but you still need something, we'll find you a substitute. But if you have this issue, marjoram should be your thing that you use. I think we're good. Okay. All right. So one of the things you're going to do is you're just going to work the spine. You're going to work the spine and you're going to work a little bit of the front and back solar plexus, mostly the back solar plexus. If you don't know what the solar plexus is, it's just an energy center that has very specific functions in the body. And whether you're aware of it or not, it's still there and functioning. A lot of body tension in general is held in the back solar plexus, basically your mid back area. So by reducing some of the energy or the tension there, takes tension out of the spine. So we'll be going kind of back and forth between the spine and the back solar plexus. Okay, so just check in with your spine, notice how you feel. After lunch, we're going to come back and we're going to do a thing for balancing out the autonomic nervous system, both the fight, flight, and the rest and repair mode. But for right now, we're going to do this spinal exercise. Okay, so you have your oil. Just begin inhaling. You're not even directing it anywhere. Just take some long, slow, deep breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth. In through the nose, out through the mouth. And continue to inhale and put your awareness on the bones in your neck. You're just going to put your awareness on the bones in your neck. As you inhale, your awareness is just simply on the bones in your neck. And then your upper back area, the area between your shoulder blades. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the bones between your shoulder blades, the upper back. Then go to your mid back area, the bones in your mid spine. Really focus on those. And in the low back area, the lumbar spine, your awareness is on the bones of your low back. And then your tailbone, just that whole tailbone area. And then just be still. Let everything go. Just be still. Keep your eyes closed. Just let it incubate. Thumbs up. Begin inhaling in your back solar plexus, which is the mid back area. Not just the spine, just that whole mid back area. And then just let that go for a moment. Just be still. And let's go up to the throat, like the center of the throat. Yeah. And go down to the secondary throat, the bottom of the throat, that little notch between the two collarbones. And then just be still. Begin inhaling with your awareness on the bones in your neck. The bones in your upper back between the shoulder blades. I'll send them to you in a minute. Actually, I'll send you the one right now, but I have some other ones. So. Then the mid back area, the spine in your mid back. Then move your awareness to the low back area. Your awareness is on the low back. And then down around your tailbone, the bottom of your tailbone. And then just let go. Go of everything, just let go. Go back to the back solar plexus, that mid back area, not just the spine, but that whole mid back area, and inhale. And then go up to your throat. And then drop down to the secondary throat, that little notch between the two collarbones. And then just be still. Just be still, be aware. Now explore your spine. Where do you feel like a tightness, a glitch? Wherever it is, begin inhaling, putting your awareness on that spot of your spine. And then just be still. Just let it all go. Okay, this part's optional. The multifidi connect the vertebrae, but also aid in rotation. And so one of the things that, like when I do this on myself is, you go through and you do what you've just done, but then you rotate yourself, like you make yourself comfortable, but rotate. So my lower half is like this, I'm rotating like this, and then I inhale on the mid and low spine. And then I'd go to the other direction. And you'll notice that a lot of times you have more range of motion in one direction than you do the other. So rotate one direction and inhale in the mid back area. And then the low back area. And then let it go and go back to center for a moment and just let your back rest for a sec. Now rotate to the other direction. And then inhale. You have more range one direction than the other. Or but more range.
Pretty flexible both ways, but
It seems odd that this would help digestion. But it does help certain issues with digestion, but also keep your your back more flexible. Okay, you're gonna let it go and just go to your center line. And go back to the first direction. Rotate that way and inhale. No need to force it or anything, just kind of go in that direction. And you're doing your mid spine right now. And then the low spine. And then let it go, return to center, and then go the other direction. How's that feeling on your back? Okay. Okay, and then just let it return to center. And again, just explore your back. Where do you feel a glitch in the spine itself? Wherever you feel a glitch, your awareness is there, and inhale one more time. Okay, and then just check yourself out. How's your body feel? So we're going to post the diagram for the hot spots here, and I'll explain it here real quick.
And I'll also share screen. So I posted it in the chat here, but I'm gonna do a little share screen for you guys as well.
Okay, so here this is a trigger point diagram, and where you see the X, that is the trigger point location, and the red part is a potential pain pattern. Now, a lot of times what happens with a trigger point is where the X is not always where the red is, which is where the pain's at. This particular case, it's kind of right on the money. Now, the issue being that you can have trigger point activity and not have the pain component. It is a kind of neurological dysfunction that can happen in the body. But the symptoms that we're looking at here are abdominal pain, bloating, nausea, abdominal cramping, and then potentially irritable bowel, a fluctuation between nausea diarrhea and constipation, or you have the tendency to do one from time to time. Irritable bowel can take on several issues. And so I thought we'd talk about it from this point of view. And then after lunch, we'll talk about some of the specific symptoms for irritable bowel, because it's almost like if you can treat irritable bowel, you can treat a lot of different issues within the gut. And so this is tied to the spinal health, and the spinal health does contribute to your abdominal health or your digestive health. And so there's other muscles that we're going to go through and look at that cause some digestive dysfunction. We'll be doing those with diagrams after lunch, but I wanted to put this forward. We still have a few minutes. I have to break at noon Central Time to do the Astora session. That you're more than welcome to join us, but if you have, we have a few minutes that I can answer some questions right before the Astara session, and if not, we'll jump back into this right after lunch.
Someone was asking earlier, would you have a name for this process? Like, what's it addressing?
Well, it's addressing the multifidi, which are muscles in the spine, along the spine. But this is potentially, I mean, it causes a lot of dysfunction. Here, we're just talking about the digestive issues. And so, you know, if you have the tendency for abdominal pain, cramping, nausea, bloating, or irritable bowel, I would go through and do this. Honestly, I would do this for kind of any digestive issue, just because like spinal health is tied to your overall health. A great thing to do for a lot of reasons, but there's a lot of different spinal muscles that could be treated. But going through and doing what we did today just always loosens up the spine and diminishes some of these multifidi trigger points. So this potentially can reduce some of the symptoms, especially if you're having back pain. I mean, that's the thing sometimes with certain kinds of back pain, is it will cause digestive issues. And you can see that it's because of trigger point activity. Trigger point activity can be a little bit more involved in like how you go after and treat it. Trigger point activity is really tied to your ability to hit the anabolic process like while you're sleeping. And the more that you do not hit that anabolic state, then your body doesn't reset in the nervous system, endocrine system, immune system, and the both skeletal and smooth muscle in the body. And so the tendency is you start to develop trigger points. And so sometimes when somebody has really involved trigger point activity, we would treat sleep, we would treat the anabolic state, and we would treat the particular sites. And this can actually affect even cognitive functions in the mental processes. And so sometimes you even have to go through and address that. But here we're just trying to unwind this for the sake of better digestive health. Yeah.
And go ahead, Ralph, then Zakia.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, so first off, on this trigger point diagram, obviously if we have trigger point blend, that's going to be our A choice.
Yeah. And you can still actually, the way that I would do it if you had trigger point blend is I would inhale the trigger point area like up and down the spine, and then I'd still go back and follow it through with the marjoram.
Okay. Trigger point blend would be first, and then
marjoram. Follow, yeah, perfect.
Okay. Great, thanks.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Zakia, then Christine.
Hey, Zakia.
Hi, how are you guys?
Hey, how are you?
Good, good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so trigger finger. I know I asked you about this a few months ago, but I now have trigger finger. So first I tried to, from my understanding, the trigger finger is an accumulation of uric acid in the joints that the kidney doesn't expel through the body. Right?
Not always in the joint. Like a lot of times it's in where the tendon and sheath kind of meet. Right. And so it'll be like in the meat of your forearm.
Right. And you had told me at that time to put iron bark eucalyptus on the forearm, and it was fantastic. But it's come back. And so my concern is the question is there either herb? I started taking a lot of some herbal blend to try to eliminate the accumulation of uric acid. I also made an essential oil blend, which is freaking phenomenal. But is there something I can take internally to help rid the uric acid, to eliminate it, excrete it from the system?
Lovage would be my top choice. Lovage, and then second choice would be parsley.
Internally?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
like probably three drops daily. Yeah.
Okay, and so the essential oil blend that I made, I'm in the 4th day now, and actually I'm now able to hold my pen.
Okay.
The last few weeks, I have not been able to hold the pen because the finger was so, of course, you can't bend it and it was so painful. But after 3 or 4 days of the essential oil blend I made, it's like almost gone and it doesn't lock. But I would still need to do the lovage and parsley internally to help it like totally go away.
Well, you're treating the kidneys to prevent future formation of uric acid. So it's not necessarily going to treat it in the here and now. You're treating the kidneys more for prevention for the future. Like what you have happening now, the uric acid's already there. So you got iron bark eucalyptus works, eucalyptus citrodora or lovage applied to that forearm area will break it down. Yeah. Lovage is probably the most potent. Eucalyptus citrodora and iron bark are close, but sometimes if it's real bad, I use a combination of all of that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. You're so welcome. But like topically, the thing with lovage is it cleans tissue up really, really super well. And so if there's a bunch of deposits in that area, the iron bark eucalyptus and the citrodora, they're good and inflammatory. They do remove deposits. They're good for like tendonitis and things like this. And this isn't a true form of tendonitis, but the tendon and sheath get really irritated. And so there is a kind of inflammation in the tendon, but it's not like how normal tendonitis would happen. It's from an irritant. And so it should help. Like things that antispasmodic will somewhat help, but just cleaning up the debris in that area is what's helpful. And so lots of the eucalyptus citrodora or iron bark or the lovage, like in a body tonic or even a little bit neat. Lovage can be a little bit sticky when you put it on, so you can kind of use it to like dig in a little bit deeper. But it's like if you really treat the forearm specifically, I could probably even dig you up a picture of where exactly you have to hit.
Okay, and so
we'll post that picture after lunch. So
okay, so the only thing that's internal is lovage and parsley. The iron bark is external and the lovage could be external and the iron bark citrodora can also be external.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
External and topical on the spot is for now. The internal is for prevention for the future.
Gotcha. And that's lovage and parsley.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. So we'll come back and we'll do Q&A afterwards, but we do have to jump over to the Astara session. Join us if you'd like. It's about 20 minutes or so. Little meditation if you would like to do it. And we will come back after lunch. We'll do an 1.5 hour lunch. So we'll come back at 1:30 and we're posting the Astara thing right now. And we'll continue. I have processes that I want to run you guys through that are helpful and things that contribute to digestive issues that are not normal. So that are something that impacts us probably daily, but we're not really aware of it. So. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. And let's talk about IBS for just a minute.
And then someone had also asked, I think it was, you had mentioned we are going to talk about leaky gut today as well.
Yeah, we'll get to it. Yeah. I can't remember. Was there something we needed to follow up with?
Yeah, we had a question. We have a couple questions from before we went to lunch.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And let me just make it so you guys can unmute yourselves. And go ahead, Ralph and Christine.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg. Yesterday we were talking about how mouth health will impact the digestive system.
How?
And
Oh yeah, mouth health. Gotcha.
yeah, dental health.
Mhm.
Part of that conversation was somebody was having some dental work and they didn't want to take antibiotics, and you recommended an oil. Which
Clove.
oil? Clove?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Super strong antibacterial, also has some pain relieving qualities. You know, it used to be used by dentistry in the US back at the turn of the century. It was like the anesthetic, the pain reliever for them to do their procedures.
Yeah.
I don't know one person who, you know, they were backpacking and they happened to have some clove with them and they broke a tooth while they were backpacking. And they said they put some clove on and they pulled their own tooth while they were backpacking.
What balls he has.
Yeah. Pretty hardcore, but you know, it's good for infection, it's good for pain, it's good for some inflammation. So you could use it as a mouthwash, you could use it topically, you know, you could use it as a gargle, all of those things. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, the other thing with mouth health is also increasing and improving the friendly bacteria in the gut. You
Okay.
know, a part of like the mouth health is also the good bacteria in the mouth. And so that's like the slippery slope sometimes with mouthwashes is they'll kill the bacteria in the mouth, but they kill the good and the bad.
Right.
And, you know, you're always going to have bad, you're always going to have good, but if the bad outnumber the good, you know, the tendency is not just gum health and receding gum lines, but also discoloration of the teeth. Like, you know, there's all kinds of things.
Yeah.
And so keeping the friendly bacteria up also improves the condition of the teeth, the condition of the mouth, the tendency to hurt, like have the bacteria that would cause any of these issues, including like firming up the gums.
Yep. And so that would be one of the oils for the bacteria that you covered yesterday.
Yeah, like Pomarosa would be the number one. Just you know, you could do it with thyme, you can do it with several other things. But Pomarosa, it's safe, it's gentle, it's probably the most effective out of them all. And you know, they've all had studies done, but the studies that I've read about them, the Pomarosa was by far like the shining jewel when it came to increasing friendly bacteria in the gut.
Okay.
You know, they literally like studied that like bad bacteria went down and good bacteria went up.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
My question was just about breathing during the protocols for the exercises. I noticed that you say inhale, but you don't give a direction for exhaling. So I was wondering if we're supposed to just keep inhaling or inhale and try to hold our breath for a period of time.
Yeah, sorry about that. No, you inhale and then inhale through the nose and then exhale through the mouth. And so you're not really doing anything with the exhalation other than just, you know, letting go of the air. And so the emphasis is on the inhalation because that's where you're directing like kind of the energy of the plant when you're going through and doing that. And so the emphasis is inhale through the nose and then let go of the air or exhale through the mouth. But yeah, no need to, sorry about that. No need.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Yeah, like to hold your breath or to keep inhaling, you know. You're just in long, slow, deep breaths, but even sometimes even the long, slow, deep breath can be a little much. So you just inhale like kind of normal.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Go ahead, Tracy.
Hey, Miss Tracy.
Hello. So when I woke up, the smoke must be bad today from the landfill thing, because when I woke up, I had you can hear the wheezing as I breathe out and headache and everything. And I was just, I'm doing the hyssop decumbens, but I did the marjoram with the group earlier, and it
Mhm.
seemed to make me cough worse. Is that common? Is that
Common, but so you have fire going on, and it's been going on for like a couple of weeks now, or
it's more than 30 days.
oh wow, a month.
The EPA's finally
Mm.
stepped in, but yeah. And it doesn't always happen. Like yesterday I was fine, and got up this morning and I walked outside with the dogs, and it's not even close to us. And it's just started happening. And
Yeah, but if it's been burning for 30 days, it's up in the atmosphere. Let's see, and it is, if you're having allergies, besides that, it would be what, molds
right.
time of year.
And I have my air purifiers going all the time, but
Yeah. Have you been able to take quercetin at all?
yeah, I take it every day.
How big of a dosage are you doing?
Well, I try to take it twice a day, 4 pills twice a day.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
But the last couple, it's just been 4 pills a day. So I need to step it up.
So you think it's from the smoke?
That's the only thing I can think of, because
Yeah. I mean, it's probably the smoke.
only thing else.
That usually is pretty toxic smoke.
Well, yeah, it's supposed to be environmental, but they found all kinds of things, tires and, all kinds of things that weren't supposed to be in the landfill. And it's burning underground. So the smoke just is continuous.
Trying to think of what would be the best detox for that. Do you have a cough?
I do.
So instead of an essential oil, like, I can throw out oils, but I honestly, with this, I would almost treat this like what I would call smoker's cough. And even though you're not a smoker, you're still taking in a lot of smoke, and it's starting to cause a reaction. And so there is an herb, paw d'arco. You know that herb paw d'arco?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like three or four capsules a couple of times a day.
Okay.
Yeah, it's for smoker's cough. It's for like when smoke hits the lungs. It's good for that. It'll probably take a little bit, like a few days to a week, for it to really start to have an impact. But I think that's your best bet. As I go through and I think about all these things of like how we could go through and treat it. Boy, nothing's a straight path. I like almost feel like cleaning the blood would be better than even cleaning the lungs.
I can do the chronic healing protocol, cleansing the blood.
Do you happen to have Greenland moss?
I do.
Let's have you do the Paul d'Arco, and let's have you do like 2 or 3 drops of the Greenland moss. I mean, it's good for the liver, it's good for the kidneys. I mean, it doesn't hit everything, but it hits enough. And I mean, the other thing that I was kind of toying with was St. John's wort, you know, St. John's wort's a great blood purifier. And either one of those, like 2 or 3 drops, you know, once a day should be sufficient.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so try that. Maybe let us know in a couple of days. I mean, you're going to be dealing with this for a while. Even if they put the fire out tomorrow, you're going to deal with this for a little while. You know, you've had 2 30-day exposure. It's going to take you a little while to unwind that. You know, it's one thing just to have even a single exposure, like say you were somewhere and there was smoke like from a fire and you got a big, you know, whiff of it. You know, that takes a couple of days to unwind maybe, but that you've had a lower grade exposure, but over a long period of time, it's going to take you a little while to unwind it. It's just the nature of how the lungs work.
Do you think I need to be worried? We're actually traveling and flying, which in one way is good. But do you think I need to be worried about like traveling like with it?
No, it shouldn't be an issue. Like getting a break from it is actually probably going to be good. But if you have mucus and inflammation, it makes flying a little bit more uncomfortable. I just go through and treat, you know, respiratory issues and mucus like you would anything else. You know, if you're just having a little bit of wheezing with flying, that should be okay. It's usually more a stuffy nose, stuffy ears that causes the big main discomfort when flying. But I would still treat it, you know, like anytime the respiratory tract's a little bit compromised these days with COVID, it always makes you a little bit more predisposed. But you know, it's more things like bronchitis, you know, history of pneumonia, you know, that kind of stuff. So here, I would just take your oils that are good for respiratory stuff, you know, your hyssop, your myrtle. I'd even take helichrysum, just because helichrysum reduces inflammation and reduces mucus and things like that. And so that's where I would go with it. You know, Anula, Amivisnaga, you know, any of those anti-mucus type oils. You know, even terebinth, you could take terebinth.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. Keep us posted.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
Hi, y'all. Okay, so 2 questions. So tomorrow, should I just take my bottle of clove with me to the dentist and rinse it before and after with a little water?
What's happening?
I'm the dentist person, going to the dentist tomorrow, and I don't know what they're doing.
Oh, the question from earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, from yesterday.
Yeah. Right. I would just rinse before you go to the dentist, and then when you get home, like, you know, when they say it's okay for you to have food or water in your mouth, then go ahead and do a rinse again. You know, I don't know what they're doing, but you know, just follow the rules, whatever they say. Like if you can't drink for a little while, then don't, and then when you can, then go ahead and do a gargle with it. Yeah.
Okay, and this is not for a friend or not for me, but it just is lovage what you use for gout?
Yeah.
Okay, because I was listening to the trigger finger uric acid, and so lovage deals with uric acid. That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah,
it's just gout in another area. You know, it's not even really gout, but gout is just when it accumulates in the joints, especially that big toe. But yeah, same idea. It's just deposited in different areas. I mean, we all have it. It's just that when it starts to become excessive, and so treating the kidneys is great long term, but still sometimes you got to clean up the joints. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't intend to have it, but I have friends who don't know they shouldn't intend to have it, and they do. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
What did Greg say is a treatment for gout? We were just talking about lovage just now.
Yeah, I think gout's in here. don't think we got it.
Yeah, I'll repost.
Yeah, it's on page 10.
Okay, thanks.
Number 64, page 10. It's phenol and lovage. Lovage being probably more the primary, but you could take that internal and topical application for gout.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, gout can be very debilitating. I know a medical aromatherapist, like kind of a big name in the field, and boy, I've seen him with when his gout flares up, and I mean, he can barely stand. Like it's very debilitating. And so, you know, the medications are pretty harsh too. So being able to treat it with oils, you know, can calm it down, and treating it long term, you know, you're able to reduce it or prevent it. But still, when you are a little bit more predisposed to it, sometimes people are just genetically predisposed, or lifestyle has made them predisposed. So
Question, what is Lovage Body Tonic for?
a Lovage Body Tonic is for purifying the tissues, like cleaning up the tissues, cleaning up deposits from the kidneys and things like that, like the uric acid and excess fluid, fluid retention, things like that. But it's lovage is one of the best things to clean up tissue. So any sort of accumulation, stagnation, lymphatic blockage, lovage is very good topically for that.
Go ahead, Zakia.
Hey, Zakia.
Let's get you unmuted here.
So does that mean lovage as a topical application as a lotion or liniment would be good in the lower legs and ankles for edema?
Yeah, you could do it topically there, but you'd also want to do it a little bit internally as well.
Thank you.
I would do both. But remember when we did what was the class where we did the body tonic, the lovage body tonic?
Letty, could you help us with that?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I want to say it was regeneration of the immune system, but
Yeah, I think it was something
else.
like maybe in October or something. But for those that have been in some of the classes prior, remember we had that class a while back, I want to say it was October, where we had the lovage body tonic that we were putting on for some part of the process. And so the next day I got a bunch of emails from people who were saying that they were going to the bathroom, like peeing a little bit more than usual and a lot more than usual. And it was like lovage is a diuretic, like it, you know, be it topical or internal, it flushes the fluid from your system, especially fluid that's been deposited in some of the soft tissues. And so it does make you release them or basically pee it out. And so the thing that I like about lovage and parsley is it stimulates the kidneys to function better. And things like juniper, it still acts as a diuretic, but it doesn't necessarily make kidneys function better. Lovage and parsley do. And so I tend to go a little bit harder on the lovage and parsley just because you're treating something and then preventing it all in the same application, where a lot of times you have to do something for one and then to prevent you have to do something else. Lovage kind of hits it all. And so yeah, there was a little bit of a scare about a year ago that lovage was going to go off the market, and then it got really hard to find there for a little bit. So I bought up the lion's share of what we could find, and let's just say we're not going to be worried about lovage for a while, even if it goes off the market. But yeah.
Let me just check quick. So it was in the white light and the inner eye class, Greg.
Okay, there you go. Knew it was somewhere. So that was what, August? Yeah. So just by putting it on, I mean, it feels good because it's cleaning the tissue up. A lot of times when you're achy, there is your body's just like toxic, like the lymphatic system has either dumped fluid or has not been able to pick things up and basically recycle it. And so the lovage kind of cleans everything up. So it makes the body feel a lot better, especially the soft tissue. And then it helps to release the excess fluid and then simulates more proper kidney function. Yeah.
Go ahead, Cindy, then Denise, then Zakia.
Hey, Sydney.
Hi.
Hey.
Following up on what you were just talking about with lovage,
Mhm.
if someone has one kidney and actually has a few issues with that kidney, would that be too much
No.
strain or would it help it?
Okay, so what I would do is I would give them the lovage. Like, I think that could improve function. But one of the things when you have like poor kidney function, especially that they lost the kidney or they gave it up for.
No, actually
They were a
born with
donor?
only, she was
They're
only
on-
born with
born with
one
one.
kidney. And then she has to monitor the protein.
Right. So lovage should be okay. And one of the things that I usually put in play when somebody's having like chronic kidney issues, or there's been like even in times where they've gotten like a donated kidney or something like that, you have to be really careful with the immune system and that, so that the body doesn't reject it. One of the things that I do with that is I also give them that mushroom cordyceps.
Okay.
Yeah, and 3,000 milligrams a day. And so you can buy it in capsules, but I'm a big fan of just getting the powder and putting like a little spoonful in like your tea or coffee in the morning and drinking it that way, or mixing in water and just shooting it. It's much cheaper, and this is cheaper, like it's significantly cheaper. Yeah.
What does that do for the kidney then?
So it strengthens the lungs and it strengthens the function of the kidneys. So it's not so much like treating a particular symptom of the kidney, but it increases like the vitality of the kidney and improves like overall function. And so it also, because of what it does to the kidney and the lungs, it also improves heart function. But the two primary places are lung and kidney, where it hits those two. Yeah.
And dosage will probably be on the package.
I would do 3,000 milligrams. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 3,000 milligrams. Because the other thing with cordyceps is it diminishes the production of lactic acid that ends up in the blood, which is it's the acid that gets produced when you go into oxygen debt, like when you're like exercising and things, and you kind of like bonk or whatever you want to call it. That's you going into oxygen debt, and it produces a bunch of lactic acid that can then cause a lot of body soreness. And so it helps in the reduction of lactic acid, and then it increases the ability of the liver to process the lactic acid. So basically it keeps the blood a little bit cleaner than normal, because sometimes, here we're looking at it from the point of view of an athlete, but sometimes we don't have a great breath. Like, we don't get enough oxygen sometimes, be it that you have asthma or that you have like a cold or flu or allergies or something like that. So sometimes with that kind of breathing, the brain can become a little bit hypoxic, which means lacking some oxygen. Mm-hmm. And two is it makes the blood a little bit more acidic. There starts to be more like lactic acid and things in the blood. And so if like air quality is an issue or breathing is an issue, I usually give people cordyceps as well, just because it improves the respiratory function, it improves the kidney function, and it cleans up the blood, or I should better say, keeps the blood like cleaner than normal. And so, like the old days, like when I would treat asthma, I would give them quercetin, I'd give them cordyceps, I give them 500 milligrams of magnesium, I'd give them garlic, like 1,000 milligrams of garlic, and then I would use either hyssop or myrtle. And then, you know, if there's any other sort of issues going on, and lots of times we got people off their inhaler within 30 days, like lots of times. You know, probably 40 or 50 cases of that, and I probably only treated it like, you know, 70 times.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Go ahead, Denise, then Zakia.
Hey, Denise.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I was
You're so
going
kind.
to ask
You're so sweet. Thank you.
the lovage. I was looking at it yesterday because I didn't remember I had it initially in a tonic, and it had like a root and a leaf. So would I need anything more if you took it internally, or do you take the tonic internally? You know, I mean,
I wouldn't do the tonic internally just because I put witch hazel in that, and sometimes I put like minerals in that one. I think I put MSM, so it wouldn't hurt
yes, you did.
Yeah, and so but the witch hazel I wouldn't take internal. Like I would just put like 2 or 3 drops of the essential oil and water, and then like drink it that way.
Would it be the leaf or the root, though? Of the
either one, and the leaf is significantly more cost effective, and it's like 80 to 90% the potency of the root. Like, so I mean, I have both, but we really use more of the leaf than we do the root, just because the root's so much more expensive, and like the price difference almost doesn't justify how much better it is. Like, you know, if it was like, man, it's like twice as good, okay, we'd do it. But like for a 10% increase, I just had an extra drop of lovage, you know, the leaf. And so yeah, it's like, I don't want to talk you out of something, but it's like the root's almost not worth, like if you can get the leaf is way more cost effective. And it's one of those things where, you know, like I think back when I was using lovage, you know, the leaf wasn't available, it was just the root, and it was something that you just use really sporadically because it was like kind of hard to get and really expensive. And so, you know, you'd use it from time to time on a joint, or you use it time to time internally. And I mean, that's good, but really the benefit for lovage is long-term use, consistent use. And, you know, yes, you can use it to treat acute situations where you use that from time to time, but it's such a good tissue cleanser, and it's so good on the joints that, I mean, why not just do that like all the time? Like, I mean, it keeps the body in a less toxic state. And so, you know, we don't do it very much over here, but in Europe, they actually eat lovage in their diet. Like, I want to say it's more Irish, Scottish, maybe a little bit of English. But I can't remember. Do you remember? Do they call it the same name? Or I think, yeah. But anyway, they eat it in their food quite a bit. I think they call it by a different name though.
Oh.
And I was with a friend that's from Ireland, and I don't know, somehow we started talking about it, and he looked it up on his phone, and he goes, oh yeah, that's, and he called it by some other name. He goes, we eat that all the time. Like, we eat it in salads, we eat it in, you know, they just eat it all the time. And so same idea, you know, it cleans up the body, cleans up the blood, and things like that. And so, you know,
okay. If I
anytime you have like an achy syndrome, like not so much short pain, but just like achiness in the body, or things feel sluggish, or they get sore, like after you've been doing some activity and you don't shake it off very quickly, all of that would be a reason to use lovage. Like just put it on the area, clean that tissue up, and yeah.
When I found that bottle yesterday, I shook it up really good, and then I put it on my hands and smelled it.
Mhm.
And then I put it on my face, and I felt like I had like a shower. I mean,
Mhm.
I couldn't
Yeah.
almost get enough of that.
Yeah,
So
it's a little bit addictive. Like when we first started making the body tonics, it cracked me up because I was like, I'm gonna put a little bit on my back. And then I was like, but now the other side of my back needs some. And then what about my hips? And then pretty soon I was just like, I should have just said I'm gonna cover myself head to toe with it, but I had to do it in little spot treatments, but it feels so good. Like
it
and it's not that it's pain relieving, it's that it's detoxifying, and because of that, it makes your body feel good. And so, in theory, you could actually even put it on the abdomen to help clean up the abdomen somewhat, especially lymphatic drainage. And so, kind of anything goes with that one.
I think, I think you're exactly right. Now, and on parsley, is there anything, like I wanted to order some parsley? Is there a specific one, or just parsley in general?
Just the parsley. There's, I think, we have different sizes. Like that's basically the differences. Then we have it like in a soap, and there might be a Theralotion. I don't know that we've made it in a body tonic yet. We can make anything into a body tonic. So if there's something that you want, you go, I'd like that in a body tonic, just, shoot us an email for a personal product request. And, kind of, we want to be able to accommodate you guys with your lifestyles. So if you want something in a body tonic, even if we don't make it, we'll make it for you. So just let us know. Like I'm kind of like a short order cook here. Like I'm just like, people like submit all kinds of odd things that don't end up on the website, and we just make it and move on.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Go ahead, Zakia. Then Peggy.
Hey, Zakia.
So much of what you just said to Denise sort of answers my question. It was going to be, so for the edema, would I just put the lovage tonic on the ankles and lower legs, or does it work for all the joints? But it sounds like you can put it anywhere.
You can put it anywhere. I would cover your legs. I would cover your low back and your low abdomen for reducing the edema. And if you're still not getting the desired results, I'd cover the whole body. Because sometimes the edema is part of, when the blood is circulating through the circulatory system, there's sometimes excess fluid that gets left over and then just gets dumped into the tissue. And so that really can happen anywhere, but it tends to settle in the legs. And so sometimes what I'll have somebody do is just treat the legs, but sometimes it's happening everywhere and it's just like settling in the legs. So I'll have them rub it like all over their body. For one, it feels good, but it helps a deeper flush of excess fluids that are just in the tissue. Because what could be happening is you're flushing it out of the legs, but if it's up in the torso, you flush that out and then it just settles more back into the legs. Like it leaves the upper part, and because of gravity ends up back in the legs. So sometimes I just have them treat like the whole body, and then after a little bit of time start getting more specific with the legs themselves. And I can't remember if we discussed this, but like you can put it on in, if you're really wanting to help drain the legs, is then lay on your back and put your legs up on the wall, like at a 45-degree angle, just allowing like blood and lymph to kind of drain out of there. And you don't have to do it every day, but it does take some of the pressure off the legs with getting the fluid to move. And you can make that a part of the routine or not, but I find it to be helpful. Like we used to do that with runners and cyclists after the event. We'd slap things on their legs, and then we'd have them lay on their back with their legs up at a 45-degree angle just to drain the blood back out of their legs so that they could increase and improve recovery. And so when we have fluid retention down in the legs, part of what starts to happen is lymph doesn't move out of there, blood doesn't move out of there quite like they should. So you want to kind of get things moving and circulating. And so elevating the legs up at that 45-degree angle just allows things to move. And, you know, it's going to resettle again, but at least you're moving that fluid, which potentially makes that area less like kind of toxic. You know, and so it makes things a little bit easier to treat. But if you do it consistently, it'll go down. You know, if the veins have been stretched or the veins have been compromised, you'll just need to do it from time to time, you know, because they've lost their elasticity. And so you have a greater potential for that. But still, like using the lovage, popping the legs up, one of the things that too, like if you want to add, you can rotate some cedar in there. You could actually even take a little tiny bit of cedar internally, but instead of cedar, I usually do gotu kola, like the herb gotu kola. And I usually have people do like 3 or 4 capsules twice a day, and it really helps to firm up the veins, and it helps move the blood from the lower limbs up. It can provide some mental clarity or more energy for the brain, so reducing fatigue to a certain extent. Not quite as good as the sage, but it can be helpful. And that firming of the veins, I find that it usually reduces blood pressure, like not massive amounts, but like 20 points or so. And one thing that happens with blood pressure is, you know, you have blood pressure 120/80. Like that variation, that difference needs to kind of be maintained a little bit, even as the blood pressure raises. If that second number starts to get closer to the first number, like there's not that big differentiation, that's actually quite a significant issue. And that's usually a reflection of the veins are losing their elasticity, or at least my experience, I should say. And by giving the person gotu kola, there's like a healthy difference between the two numbers, and so it lowers it gives their like the proper differentiation. And a lot of times you're just really dealing with that first number, lowering it, which is easier than trying to lower the whole thing or that second number. And so it's really tied to like your vein health.
So the gotu kola, you just take 3 to 4 capsules once a day?
Twice a day.
3 to 4 capsules twice a day.
Yeah.
Does your lymphatic blend already have lovage in it, or we should just add it?
For doing what you're talking about, reducing edema, I would do straight.
Yeah, you were talking about it also helps move the lymph and stuff.
Yeah, like I would use straight lovage for that, for what you're talking about. The lymphatic blend would be not enough. Like you're wanting more of a diuretic effect, where the lymphatic blend has a little bit of a diuretic effect, but not like using like all lovage on the body.
Okay, my final question. What is your base when you want to make the lovage tonic? What are you using?
Vodka and witch hazel.
I hate vodka.
Then rum or brandy or whatever it is.
But we're talking about it, the body tonic is external though, right?
Yeah.
So you use what portion of gin, rum, gin to witch hazel?
It's about half and half.
Oh, okay. Gin and witch hazel. Okay, thank you.
So you're a gin girl.
Even when I make my tinctures, I hate vodka and gin. I always use rum.
Yeah. Traditionally, in the old days, we used to use brandy.
Yeah, I use brandy for female stuff. Brandy and yeah. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Go ahead, Peggy, then Maya.
It just sounds like we're on the same kind of path. What about for eczema?
Eczema, your best bet is Kunzea. Kunzea, and eczema can be a byproduct of digestive issues. I mean, eczema can be a byproduct of just about anything, to be honest with you, but digestive issues will manifest in the skin. But Kunzea applied to eczema is usually quite helpful. If that doesn't work, Palmarosa can be the second choice, especially if there's weeping involved, you know, where you're starting to have a little bit of fluid production in the eczema area. The Palmarosa can be helpful. And then also spikenard. Spikenard helps to balance out the skin in the area.
How do you spell the Kunz?
I typed it in there.
Yeah.
But it,
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Friend of,
Kunzea works really well for that.
yeah, friends of mine is tortured, just tortured.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kunze, and that's a
It's
essential
an
oil.
oil. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
It's out of Australia.
Okay. I'll tell them. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
and then go ahead, Maya, then Zakia.
Hey, Maya.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I have actually two questions, if I may.
Fire away.
Thank you. So one is about food sensitivities. I saw in the handbook or in the work handout. It's spikenard that you use for food allergies or sensitivities. Did I understand this?
It can be like spikenard isn't necessarily like across the board for food sensitivities and food allergies, but what happens sometimes, allergies can be a number of different things. It could be poor nerve innervation. It could be a toxic gut, meaning like poor lymphatic movement or impacted lymph nodes. It could be a tight diaphragm, which also is cutting off some of the lymphatic vessels. And then the other part is the skin. And so it's always kind of hard to gauge, because the thing is you could have three people lined up that all have kind of similar food allergies, but the mechanics of how they got there could actually be a little bit different. So it's not like you can go this and this and this produces this result in the gut, so you look at like, is there issues with the respiratory tract and being exposed to something in the air? Is there something that's associated with the gut, or is there something in the skin? And then fall in, like, is that nerve? Is that lymphatic? Is that, all these things? You kind of start doing this little dance. And when you're looking at potential food allergies or respiratory allergies, I mean, one thing that often gets overlooked is the skin issue. And spikenard taken internally doesn't really do a whole lot for allergies, but applied topically, if skin is the issue, it calms that component down. And the reason being that spikenard helps to balance out the skin. And so if there's agitation that eventually makes its way to the neurotransmitters, that gets calmed down. If there's imbalances about how the skin is dealing with outside, pollens and things like this, sometimes the skin can get overly agitated, or the lymphatic system, the lymph processing in the skin gets reduced. You have a lot of immune type responses that come from the skin. And so the spikenard helps to calm that down. Then for the gut, the nervous part, the nervous system part, the ANS support should help that. And then with the detoxing the lymph, you could do the Lovage body tonic topically. You could do the digestive lymph ointment topically, and you can do that intestinal detox internally. And all of that helps to detoxify the gut. And then you could back that up with using something like hyssop or myrtle, Sitka, spruce Sitka, as an inhalation to relax the diaphragm. And that combination should nail a lot of it. Like sometimes it's just that and some time, and you can change the gut. But if the gut has been like really super stress plagued, sometimes you need to do a little bit extra, like more than just the ANS. But usually that's a kind of a broad spectrum approach to reducing the food sensitivities.
Okay, thank you. So ANS, I do have ANS. I've been using it for quite some time now. So is there something that's a step up, or is
no, like you would
No.
still use ANS, but you would you could use either tarragon or rosemary verbena to augment, in between there. Is there any sort of like spasms or pain or anything like that, or it's just sensitivities?
No, it's just like when I eat bread, for example, and I really like bread, I just my stomach gets bigger and I retain more water or more fluids. So
Okay.
I was just curious if there's something that can
Try augmenting, still do the ANS support, try augmenting a little bit of ginger in there.
ginger.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank
Ginger
you.
should knock that out.
Okay, so my second question, if I may, do you have any recommendations for someone with, and excuse my pronunciation here, peripheral neuropathy?
Yeah, so with neuropathy like that, you try to kind of how we were talking about, like with the Lovage body tonic on the legs and things, you would treat the affected area with like something like that, and then something that's a venous tonic. So cedar, but a lot of times I put them also on Gotu Kola, and the idea is you want to reduce the pressure that excess fluid is putting on any of the nerves in that particular area. And then you also want to calm the nerves down. So calming the nerves down, most times I would use sage. But in this particular case, one of the other things that can be used to calm down the sensory nerves, because the reason why I'm fixated on the sensory nerves, for one, that's the pain. But two, when the body is a little bit toxic, that means lymphatically everything's stagnant. When there's lymphatic stagnation, it makes the sensory nerves fire at a much more rapid rate. And when you see cases of peripheral neuropathy or any sort of neuropathy, the nerve is firing more, the area is a bit toxic, and the system tends to be more acidic than alkaline. And so what you're wanting to do there is you want to, you're decreasing the fluid retention with the Lovage, and then the Gotu Kola is firming up the veins so that the blood gets back, but you still want to clean that area up a little bit. And so to calm down the sensory nerves, I go to the use of vetiver in this area. And vetiver calms down the sensory nerves, but it also gently stimulates circulation, which this area is usually, it's a poor circulatory area, usually when it's happened. And the reason vetiver works so good here is that it generates, it stimulates circulation, but not out of heat. Like it's actually kind of cooling, but gets blood moving in the area. And that's perfect for this kind of condition. Like you want there to be an increase of blood flow, but you don't want heat because there's already the neuropathy, right? And the thing with putting vetiver on an area is it does stimulate a little bit of an immune response, which here would be cleaning up the inflammatory material, stimulating a little bit of lymphatic movement. It's nothing over the top, but it still moves it into that direction. And so the other thing that I would potentially do is probably 5 to maybe 8 drops of lemon essential oil internally daily. And for one, it thins the blood out a little bit, makes it easier to move. It helps to normalize any sort of mineral deficiency. And it is an alkalizing agent, like it helps to alkalize the body. And so anytime you have a neuropathy, at least that part of the body is a bit acidic, but a lot of times it's the whole body is a little bit more on the acidic side. So you want to kind of alkalize it a bit more so that you have better availability of minerals, basically.
Okay, so lemon internally, and then lovage.
Lovage topically.
Topically.
Vetiver like in an ointment or a lotion. I mean, you could do a body tonic as well. And then from the health food store, go to Cola and like 3 or 4 capsules twice a day.
So Gota Cola is capsules from a drugstore?
Yeah, a health food store or Amazon or whatever you want to do.
Okay. Okay. So, thank you. So vetiver ointment or lotion I can get from your website, or I can.
Yeah.
Is
We make
available.
that one kind of often, but if you want something in an ointment and it's not up there, just let us know. I'll make anything into an ointment.
All right. Perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
So
Thank you.
welcome.
Thanks.
And then go ahead, Zakia, then Linda.
Hey, Zakia.
You were telling someone about the ANS support. So I have a client who had that stomach thing where you cut part of the, I don't know, you shorten the intestines or something like. Okay.
Right.
So she had that, but I've also been treating her for many years for the eczema, but she has allergies to any citrus at all. So how would I use the ANS or the tarragon or the rosemary? How would I apply it? Was the ANS a sustained inhalation?
No, it was internal. What was the issue with the citruses?
She just has an allergy to citrus.
So you were just including it. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to figure out how that fit in. Like, ANS support, rosemary, tarragon. I mean, they're okay inhaled. I would definitely probably do them internal. Like a couple, 2 or 3 drops of water. I mean, if they just absolutely won't, then do an inhalation and make an ointment and have them rub it on their abdomen. I mean, that's your best next bet, but really internal probably works best.
So for the eczema, you were speaking about Kunzea palmarosa.
Kunzea is topical on location.
Neat or in a carrier oil?
Either way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would liniment be okay, or is the oil preferable?
I would say the oil is a little bit more preferable just because it makes it linger in the area a little bit longer. When you put something in an alcohol base, it actually makes it go deeper and hit the bloodstream faster. And so you're moving it to other areas of the body or to deeper tissues. And here you're wanting it to linger more on the skin and the more topical areas. So neat is good, or with like a fatty oil of some sort.
So she's also allergic to nuts. Is jojoba a nut?
It's a bean.
It's a bean.
Yeah, it's like these little beans, like, but I mean, if that's the case, like do it in a little bit of
Sesame would be good?
Yeah, sesame would be good. Olive oil, just any carrier oil.
Oh, okay,
Rose hip seed, if you want to be fancy.
okay.
Coconut.
Thanks, thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Linda.
Hey, Linda.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
I'm practically perfect. I just want to tell you that I thought maybe I would take a gentle shower and try this weekend with you, but I feel like I'm standing under a fire hose. There's so much information.
Oh, you're so sweet.
I'm wondering about babies with colic. Years ago, as a pranic healer, I would treat the babies and the mothers front and back solar plexus primarily, and abdomen. But what can you recommend for a mom who's got a colicky baby?
A colicky baby. Usually, I'm going to look this up here, but I want to say it's Roman chamomile, and yeah. So infantile colic, infantile would be up to the age of like 5 or 6 or something. And so colic, I almost always, I have a niece here, but Roman chamomile is what I almost always use. Like, I think the times where I use anise is like if I'm somewhere and somebody has a baby where that's the issue and I don't have Roman chamomile, that's what I use. But if I have Roman chamomile, I go right to Roman chamomile. So you can just put it like in some lotion, and I would with a baby I always like have them rub the arms and legs first, just because if you go right to the abdomen, sometimes it makes their abdomen like tense up, because they have like a protective mechanism. And so if you rub the arms and legs, they'll relax, and then when you touch the abdomen, they don't like push back. And so I would rub it on the abdomen and on the back, and it usually calms them down pretty quick. And it doesn't usually even take very much, like 2 or 3 drops and some lotion, and then rub your hands together, and then just start rubbing it all over them. If you do feel that they need to have a little bit of something internally, I just put 1 drop in like a glass of water, stir it up, and then just teaspoon it to them. So you're not giving them the whole glass, but you just give them a couple of teaspoonfuls at a time, and that will usually calm them down quite a bit. And so I think done over a period of time, I'm trying to remember, but there was a couple cases where they were having pretty bad cases of colic. I just had them start using the Roman chamomile daily, and it just stopped. Yeah.
Yes, that's great.
Yeah. But like, I agree with you. Like, if you just clean up the solar plexus, a lot of times it does that. And so here it has a little bit of a cleansing effect, but it also is like kind of calming and soothing to the front and back solar and inhibits them a little bit. So that's why it calms down the colic.
I have one more question.
Sure,
I'm
fire away.
the one that's having total knee replacement next month. And after that process, and thank you for addressing that this morning, but after that, pain pills and that kind of thing make me so sick to my stomach. And what's a good thing to prevent it?
To prevent the sickness with the pain pills, or?
Yes.
So one of the things is you can use myrrh to offset some of the need for the pain pill. Like anytime you use myrrh, it hits the opioid receptors in the brain, so it augments like things that you're using for pain pills, or sometimes will even alleviate the need for using a pain pill. You can also augment that with a little bit of galbanum. The combination works really super well. And then there's a blend that has them both in there it's based on an old anointing formula, but I reconfigured it a little bit to make it a little bit more specific for pain. And it's monk's anointing oil. It's just like calming and soothing to the body when you're in like a pain state. So those can be helpful, but part of the thing with like long-term use with opioids is there's also a little bit of a depletion in the solar plexus. And so, you want to kind of fortify that a little bit. So as you fortify that, the escalating need for the pain pills diminishes. And if you think about like sometimes when you wake up and you don't feel good, it's like you got to take your pain pill before you have the energy to get up and get going. The pain pill kind of gives you a little bit of energy, like not tons, but it's like a little temporary boost to the energy body. And so with that, things that are gentle and can fortify the body would be some of the softer forms of thyme, like thyme, linalool, thuyonol, geranol, benchmark thyme. Over a period of time can be really reinforcing to the solar plexus. And one that's a little bit of a sleeper in this area would be Ravensara. And there's two. There's Ravensara, which is a completely different plant, and Ravensara or Ravensara. And the one I'm talking about is Ravensara. And I don't know why two people named something so closely, but it's very good for helping to fortify the energy body. It gives you some strength, but not like, it doesn't give you energy like, how like a coffee or a stimulant gives you energy. It's just more of, kind of fortifies the body. So you have that option. And the third option I would say is you could go cinnamon, but here I would actually not have you take it internally. I would have you just do inhalations, like maybe 15 to 20 inhalations daily. And the idea being that the cinnamon jumpstarts all the body's processes and, just kind of strengthens the body, but it won't be too harsh on the gut. A lot of people tolerate cinnamon very well, but not everybody does. Like, it does have some heat to it. And so if the body's a little sensitive or gets overstimulated, internal might be a little too much, but like inhaling is pretty solid. And then anytime you use things that are like etherically cleansing, like in the old days, they would use garlic. You would take either your antibiotics or your pain pills with garlic, because the garlic is like an orange prana, and so it has a bit of a cleansing effect, and it amplifies the effect of the antibiotics or the pain med without having to increase the dosage. And so in the essential oil world, the one that would work like that would be Palo Santo. We've used Palo Santo. I use them either a couple drops on the wrist or a couple drops internally with the pain meds, and it does amplify the effects of the pain meds. So you can keep the dosage low, and because the thing with the pain meds is, it's hard on the liver, but it also most of the opioids cause digestive upsets. They cause like constipation and things like that. And so, doing things like ANS support or Tarragon, any of those things. I even would lean a little bit more, maybe more to, as I'm thinking this out, to lemongrass. And just because, usually the long-term effect of opioids or constipation. And it would just help reduce the constipation, still balancing out the nervous system, still encouraging lymphatic movement. You could inhale that or take it internal as well. And so
Inhale.
Mhm.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. So I know I just said a whole bunch, but like you need help figuring some of that out, but myrrh and galbanum right off the bat for the diminishing the pain, and then after that start just troubleshooting the issues you might be having.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Shoot us an email if you need help working through that.
Yeah.
I will.
Go ahead.
You know,
Zakia.
I had just had, piggybacking off what you just shared for Linda. I just, as you know, I just had the total knee replacement a year ago. And so rather than give me pain meds, they just put me on 1,000 milligrams of just regular extra strength Tylenol 2 or 3 times a day. And I literally had almost no pain for the 3 or 4 months. But then you had also offered me an option to put chakra root cleanser on my joints, my ankles and knees and wrists, and then the vetiver on the shin, hamstring, and biceps. And that like knocks me out. I mean, I feel nothing with that. So that's something you had offered me when I had the knee replacement.
Good. Yeah, it sounds like it worked good for you. Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic.
Good.
So you were talking about body tonic. I want to let you know, Letty did put in like our description of the body tonic, but someone's asking body tonic is what? And how is it different than the oil? Because they've never.
Yeah, sorry. So a body tonic is an essential oil put in a suspension of witch hazel and alcohol. And I usually augment and add like sometimes like MSM or some herbs or, some other minerals or coenzyme Q10 or, something to amplify the effects of the body tonic. So something like an ointment or a massage oil or a TheraLotion, a body tonic, a liniment are all products made with the essential oils. So there's the essential oil themselves, but then instead of you having to make the body tonic or you having to make the ointment, we just make it for you and then you just shake it up and apply. So it just makes it a little bit more turnkey. We give you the notes in the beginning of the booklet to be able to make these things yourself. But, sometimes life is busy or you don't want to do that part. And so, we make all that stuff for you.
Thank you. And then do you have a certain reliable source for Glucola that you recommend?
I just go to Amazon. Yeah, we would go to Amazon or we go to our local health food store. Usually I get it from Amazon. It means I don't have to leave the house and just have it magically appear in a day or two.
Great questions, guys.
Okay, and how about we're going to do a protocol, but let's maybe talk about IBS just for a little bit before we do that. And so IBS is also known as irritable bowel syndrome. And, one of the things with irritable bowel syndrome is like really, if you kind of get good at treating that, you can almost treat any sort of digestive issue, because you're dealing with a lot of different aspects. And so different people can have different symptoms when it comes to IBS. Sometimes it shifts and changes into like constipation. Sometimes it's diarrhea. Sometimes it's going back and forth. You have a lot of gas. You can have pain or cramping in the gut. A lot of bloating, and there usually is a lot of mucus present in IBS. And so let's kind of go through and just look at them, by symptom, because again, not everything is just going to be like, oh, this one thing knocks it out. And here you almost have to tailor it a little bit more towards what's going to work for you. And here, so we go to abdominal pain and cramping. Keep in mind that some of the pain can actually be coming from the back, the thing that we did right before lunch, where we were loosening up the multifidi. Some of the abdominal pain can actually be coming from that particular component. A little bit later today, we're going to talk about like different things that can happen in the skeletal muscle that can cause digestive disturbances, that as much as you treat the digestive system, it's actually a muscular issue, and you have to treat that particular component. And so sometimes that back issue plays a role into this. And I'm not even adding, there's also an energetic component. For example, if you don't have energy background, this is going to sound very foreign, but for the ones that do have the background, I think you understand. And the other ones, I'm glad to explain it. It's just that it's going to sound a little foreign at first. But, we have energetic cords to people where we interact. Some are good, some of them are not so good. I think we've all had the experience where a certain someone comes in our life, you have a conversation with them, and then when they leave, you're like, that person was sucking my will to live. Like, you just felt so drained. Well, there was an energy exchange that was going through an energetic cord that is invisible to the eye, but is still like something that is connected to us, where we're drained a little bit of our life force. And there's times where somebody might be stressed out, you start interacting with them and you start to feel the stress and the agitation. And I think we've all had the experience where you feel fine and you work into a stressed out office, and then in 10 or 15 minutes, you're starting to feel stressed, right? Again, it's energy moving through these cords. So sometimes even irritable bowel can actually be a cord related issue. So we have that blend of TheraCords that is for cleaning the cords between you and events and you and other people. And, we explore some of that in more esoteric classes, but here I was trying to keep things a little bit more clinical and a less like esoteric. And so not trying to hold back on the esoteric things, but sometimes when you start going back and forth, it can make it a little confusing. So we're looking at the back, but we want to address the pain, but more than that, cramping. And, there's different things that you can use for that. The one that I really like here is clove. Like I like clove. It's really good for abdominal cramps, gastric cramps, things like this, for any sort of cramping. And the thing is it's also good for diarrhea. Cinnamon would probably work a little bit better, but here we're trying to do maximum impact with the least amount of different things you have to use, right? So the clove hits the diarrhea and hits the cramping all at the same time. You would need to take that internal. It would probably need to be a couple of drops in water. I mean, it is like hot. It is, something that you would need to add to water. The bloating, I don't know if I have something for bloating. Yeah, but usually for bloating, we use ginger. I don't think I put bloating in there.
And somebody's asking, is there a specific page for the IBS stuff,
No.
or it's just like
No,
symptoms
no.
looking at?
Yeah, that's the thing that it's hard. Like it would take me like 3 or 4 pages just to write out like how to go through and treat IBS, because there's not a clear pathway. There's not like you can go, oh, this, and this. You really are having to troubleshoot something. And sometimes even then you have to keep rotating the treatments. So, the second component is you're dealing with potentially like more constipation, hardening of the stools, or you have an alternation of diarrhea and constipation. And so if it's just constipation, then I would use lemongrass. If it's going back and forth between the diarrhea and the constipation, I would actually drop the lemongrass and I would go to the ANS support. And the reason being that that's already starting to show that it's a stress-plagued digestive tract, that there's an imbalance in the nervous system. So lemongrass helps because it's relaxing the digestive tract and allowing you to have bowel movement, but it's also balancing the nervous system. The ANS support is even more so in like balancing to the nervous system. So I would go through and I would treat the ANS with, or excuse me, the irritable bowel syndrome with ANS, just to start regulating the diarrhea and the constipation. And then here we're not just wanting to reduce gas, you know, because there is a lot of gas here. You want to like let the gas out. And give me just a sec here. And reducing the gas, again, ginger, which helps with the bloating, can help with that. Fennel or caraway are kind of my go-to things. Clove can also help. And so if you're finding relief with the clove, you've already nailed clove for a couple of the other symptoms. So if it helps with the releasing of the gas, not allowing the gas to build up, that's good. A lot of the discomfort is going to come from gas in this. If you need to augment, you know, ginger, which you potentially might be using for the bloating, but caraway could be good, and also fennel. Like fennel can be a good choice in this area. And again, all of these things are taken internally. Then after that, when you feel like the gas really isn't building up too much, you can continue with the ginger, you can continue with the fennel, even cardamom or coriander will help reduce the production of gas. So, you know, first you want to let out like any of the buildup or stored gas in there, because it can really cause like some distension and can cause pain and things like that. And so once you get all of that out, then I'd go through and reduce the potential for the building up of gas. So again, the ginger, the fennel, cardamom, all these things can be helpful. And then the mucus in the digestive tract. Mucus in the digestive tract is actually more common than you would think. It's just we don't think of it as like, oh, we have a runny nose, but you don't really think of it as being something in the gut. But one of the best ways to go through and treat that is helichrysum taken internally. Helichrysum will decrease mucus in the gut and in the urinary tract pretty darn good. Terebinth will do it as well, but I tend to go helichrysum with this. Doesn't work so much for the respiratory tract, but definitely for the gut and the urinary tract. Taken constantly, it will break down the mucus. In the old days, we used to use an herbal combination to go through and clean up the mucus in the gut. It's just a lot of the herbs in it were very, very old school, and they're hard to find. I used to have to make it on my own because you couldn't just go find it in a health food store. But I find the helichrysum works just as good without having to find all these obscure herbs. So you're basically wanting to go through and treat this in accordance to where your symptoms are at. And keep in mind that your symptoms may vary and may fluctuate. And so if you have kind of each aspect like down, you can go through and figure out like these are the things I need to increase. So big one would be clove. Another would be ginger or fennel, something of that nature. And then helichrysum, like the helichrysum. Like, so you could probably get away with 3 oils, maybe 4 if you add the ANS support. I mean, ANS support is just so good for the nerves of the gut that I would say almost everybody needs to use that. But when you're troubleshooting a problem like this, it starts to be like a bread and butter thing where you do it just to try to maintain good digestive health. So Anybody have questions about IBS or anything like that?
Someone is asking what is an ANS support?
ANS support is rosemary, verbena, tarragon, and anise together.
And then someone else is asking, how do you tell if you have mucus in the digestive tract?
Well, if you're, I mean, you can look at your stools. Like sometimes you'll see mucus in the stools, and sometimes if I remember right, it looks like if it's real bad, it will actually even look a little whitish, like on the stool. But if you're having some of these symptoms, I would just assume that you have mucus. You know, it's not like how you can check with your nose. Like you just, if you're having weird absorption issues, if you're having bowel issues, if you're having muscular contraction issues in the gut, I just assume that there's probably mucus there. You know, any sort of upset is going to cause an excess of mucus. And sometimes, you know how like your nose will get like mucus that dries up and makes your nose kind of sore. The same thing can happen in your gut. And so it makes it harder for the muscles to contract. It makes it harder for the muscle walls to absorb. You know, it just reduces function quite substantially. And so from time to time, I would do it just to clean things up. But yeah.
Go ahead, Rob.
Hey, Rob.
Hey, Greg, you said something to reduce the gas buildup. I didn't catch that one. One of the oils.
I think I was doing ginger.
Okay, so for buildup, you did say ginger, and then you added cardamom or coriander as well.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's on number 57, reducing the buildup of gas.
Okay.
Like any of those will work. You know, I have orange listed here. It does work from time to time, but ginger, fennel, caraway, those are kind of more of my go-to things in this area.
And go ahead, Christine.
Hey, Christy.
Do you also recommend certain types of foods, like a diet or something like that, if people are having problems with IBS?
You know, that one's kind of not my specialty. I mean, I definitely have things in my notes and everything, but I don't necessarily recommend the diets or anything like that. I could look that up for you in my notes and get it back to you, but yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. I was just curious. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Not directly with this, but someone's asking about leaky gut and how to treat.
Yeah, we'll do leaky gut in a little bit. Yeah. Okay, so let's take a little break and we'll come back and we'll do a couple of our protocols. So let's come back at 3:15 Central Time, so quarter after the hour. Hey everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. And we're still going to do a little bit more Q&A and lecturing, but first let's go through and do a protocol. Let's try to mix it up a little bit. So with the oils that you have, let's give you a little list. Marjoram, tarragon, anise, rosemary, verbena. Actually, you could even do ANS support, lemongrass, maybe basil. If you have any of those, you just need one of them, like pick one and pull it out. And if you don't have one of those, let me know and then we'll come up with some alternatives. Okay. So we are going to do a thing. Sorry, I need a drink there. We're going to do a thing where we balance and harmonize the autonomic parts of the nervous system, which is fight, flight versus rest and repair, or sympathetic and parasympathetic. If you don't understand any of that, that's fine. This is just to balance out the nervous system and to try to reduce symptoms in the gut and prevent it from getting potentially worse. So we're going to be inhaling, and we're going to be following a particular pattern, a pattern of energy centers or chakras. And so this will directly impact the two parts of the system. This will also affect the mind. And so in this process also helps you to let go of some of the stress or negative thinking that might contribute to the health issue. Okay, so you're going to start with whatever oil that you have. Start with just inhaling. You're inhaling through your nose, exhaling through your mouth. If you can take longer, slower, deeper breaths, great. And if not, just inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. And then just be still for a moment. Be still, be aware. Begin inhaling again. This time your awareness as you inhale is on your front heart, which is the center of your chest. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front heart. Move your awareness to the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Move your awareness to the forehead, where the hairline is. And then your back head, opposite your eyebrows on the back side. And then just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your back head. That same place where you just ended, you're going back there and inhaling. Your forehead, where the hairline is, the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades, and the front heart, the center of your chest. And then just let go. Let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the front heart, the center of your chest. Move your awareness to the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. The forehead. Your awareness is on the forehead. You're okay. I can't hear what you're saying. And then the back head. Your awareness is on the back head. And then just let go. Just let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back head. And just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Your awareness is on the back head. You're inhaling. The forehead. The back heart. The area between your shoulder blades. And the front heart. And just be still, be aware, just let go. Let's cycle through this one more time. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front heart. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on your back heart. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the forehead. And then move your awareness to the back head. Just let go. And then begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back head. Your awareness is on the forehead, where the hairline is. And the back head. Your awareness is on, excuse me, we did what we're on the back heart. Your awareness is on your back heart. My apologies. Awareness is on the back heart. And the front heart. The awareness is on the front heart. And then just be still, be aware. So when we go from front heart, forehead, back head, that is impacting the fight flight response, the sympathetic part of the nervous system. When we do it in reverse, back head, forehead, back heart, front heart, we're hitting the parasympathetic part of the nervous system, or the rest and repair mode. So in theory, you could do one, but by going through and going back and forth, you actually start to balance out the way that the nervous system works, and also how you cognitively process information based on this part of the nervous system. Excuse me. So the mind does play, excuse me, the mind does play a role in some of this manifestation, but you know, to say that it's just the mind isn't enough. You still have to figure in a lot of physiology and everything. And it's not so much like the thinking, but it's the process of thinking. You know, a lot of times we are stuck in more of an instinctive response than we are in a cognitive response. And so you're educating your body's ability to do something different. Even that process that we did yesterday, where we are checking in with your gut, and then you're going to your spine. You're checking in with your gut, you're going to the spine. You're actually starting to shift how your mind processes potentially agitating information, and makes it like less reactive. And so even that component actually could play a role in what we're doing here. And so we also want to factor in that sometimes some of these stresses are also something that is external. It could be a past memory, it could be an event, it could be a person we're having difficulty with. So what I'd like you to do is take a moment and just think of some situation that's been relatively recent that has been a little bit agitating to you. You know, it doesn't always necessarily have to be negative. It could be the excitement of a new project or a new trip or something like this, but it's a little bit agitating getting ready for it. You know, conflict with a particular person, somebody, either you or your family member, has gone through a particular health issue. You know, anything of this nature. Let's have you kind of contemplate it for a moment. And we're going to do a back and forth with it, first without oils, and then we're going to do it with oils, right? And so let's have you contemplate the situation, and you're just being aware of it. You're not trying to fix it. You're not judging it. You're not having to look at the details where you're going to have to explain it to somebody. Just sit and observe it. Now, let go of that external observation. Let go of what it was and just check in with your body. Where do you feel that in your body? Do you feel it in your shoulders, your chest, your back? You're checking in with your body. Just keep your awareness on that spot and just try to relax into it the best that you can. Now let go of your body and go back to the situation. And again, observe the person, the memory, the situation, whatever it is. By going through and doing this, you're calming down the kind of thinking that will cause fight flight response. So you're just observing. Let the imagery go. Go back to your body. Find it in your body. And just let it all go. Just be still. Notice how you feel. Think of that external situation. Observe it. And as you're observing it, that same oil you were just using, inhale it as you observe the external situation. Continue to observe it as you're inhaling. Check in with your body. Where do you feel this in your body? In your back, your neck, your shoulders, your gut. Wherever you feel it, put your attention and awareness on the spot and inhale. Go back to the external event, the memory, the situation, the person. Observe it and inhale. Check in with your body. Where do you feel it in your body? Okay, and then just let go. Let go of everything. Just be still for a moment. Just let it incubate. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's keep the questions for the next few minutes just about the technique that we just did. So questions, comments, you want to share your experience, unmute yourself or type in.
I used the same event during Sunday sessions.
Mhm.
And so when I came back to it just now, it wasn't there.
Okay,
Yeah, so thank you.
yeah, dissipated. Good,
Yeah.
good.
And go ahead to now.
Hey, Danelle.
Hey, Greg.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was kind of focusing on change that's going to be coming. As I mentioned yesterday, I do hypnosis and I'm hoping to
Mhm.
do more certification and teaching to students in this
Mhm.
area.
Mhm.
And I noticed like mentally I'm excited and emotionally, but physically I feel a lot, it's in my feet, just a lot of resistance and just more foot pain than normal.
Oh, so you feel pain or just like a heaviness?
I would say probably both.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, definitely pain and discomfort. At least, when I was focusing on the process today,
Yeah.
that's where I felt it.
I mean, that's the thing is like it can show up in just the oddest, weirdest places. Like you
Mhm.
think like, oh, it's going to be in my back or my shoulders, and it's just in weird places sometimes. And so, that's also like you're kind of tuning into your body so that when you're in those situations, you can also kind of feel it happen and either know like I'm in my situation or I need to relax and breathe through this or whatever it is. It just makes you a little bit more aware when you're in the situation in these interactions. And so and then by going through and doing the external event and then coming back to the body, you're changing your neurological response to that stimuli. And because a lot of times it's more of that we're just reacting, we're not really thinking, we're doing an automatic behavior, automatic thinking. It's not being processed by our brain or our mind. And so here you're able to sit with it where you go, okay, this is safe, this is okay, this is my choosing, this is, and you get to have a little bit more of a cognitive process so that then you can let it kind of like sink into the body, so to speak.
Okay.
Yeah.
And energetically, if you have stuff with your feet, isn't that kind of related to issues with moving forward?
I mean, it could be issues with moving forward, but also like anytime you're kind of breaking out of a pattern, when you think something, when you have a strong emotion or like a thought, you're generating like thought energy. Even if it's a feeling, you're generating thought energy. And so at some point, it becomes strong enough or repetitive enough to where you're starting to attract energy from the environment that mixes with it and drops it from thought energy into a thought form. And part of how you go through and attract some of that energy from the environment is through the soles of the feet, the ankles, the back of the knee, and then the perineum, which is the floor of the pelvis, and the sex chakra. And so it could be that you're like breaking out of a pattern. You know, it could be, which I guess is a different way of saying what you just said, but you know, like it's having difficulty maybe moving forward. I just said like a different version of the same thing. You're breaking a pattern as you're moving forward. I guess
True.
it's the same thing. Yeah, just different words saying the same thing. So yeah. So part of how you attract allies from the environment, you know, energies and elements or elementals from the environment, is strong emotion or repetitive thought, but sometimes you'll feel it in those lower limbs like that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. If you want, like, to help break that up, you know, anything that's cleansing will help, but traditionally, esoterically, you would put spikenard on your feet, like on your feet, between your toes. It's cleansing and it reduces the stress response, and it helps you to attract like healthier potential energies from the environment.
Is there anything I can use instead of spikenard?
You know, like the center, you just don't have it.
I don't, yeah, I don't have that one.
Do you have like some lavender? Like lavender could
yes,
work.
yes.
Eucalyptus could work. Palo Santo could work.
Yeah, those I have.
Okay. Yeah, any of that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Question, is this right? So wisdom of the heart, front heart, back heart, forehead, back head, and then back head pattern, back head, forehead, back heart, front heart. The reversing directions is rest and relax, and then fight, flight. They're trying to, I think, understand.
Yeah, the first pattern, wisdom of the heart, is the sympathetic or fight flight component. The back head pattern is the parasympathetic or the rest and repair.
Okay. So I'll try that.
And also, like when you do them both together, this is more like an energetic process. You're balancing out the involuntary part of the nervous system or a non part of the nervous system. Balancing that out is how you physicalize. One of the ways of how you physicalize blessings from the tradition that you're in, you know, whatever the tradition. So if you're Christian, you're physicalizing blessings from Christ. If you're Buddhist, you're physicalizing blessings from Christ, known as Maitreya, right? Like different traditions call the same being by different names sometimes. And or the Buddha. If you're Hindu, maybe it's Rama or Krishna. And so whatever your affiliation is, you're physicalizing the blessing of wherever you've been devotional. If you don't have a spiritual practice, you're just still physicalizing energy from the soul. But if you've been devotional to a particular being, it helps to physicalize those blessings.
And that's doing both of the patterns.
You got to do them both. Yeah, like you do both directions. When you do the first one, the wisdom of the heart, the front heart, back heart, forehead, back head, you're releasing things up. Like you're releasing thoughts and emotions and things like that up out of your system. When you do the parasympathetic activity, you're allowing for divine energy to come down into form. And so for you to physicalize blessings, it has to be both. Like you're basically becoming an energetic Star of David or Metatron cube, whatever you want to call it. You're doing like a upward triangle and a downward triangle.
I became super sleepy.
Yeah, it's very, very super soothing and relaxing. Yeah, very, very relaxing. I mean, it puts you almost like in a meditative state or a state for prayer or sleep.
So I'm just trying to help them and clarify. So the wisdom of the heart is the sympathetic nervous system. And like you said, it releases thoughts and emotions up. And then the back head pattern is the parasympathetic and it helps to physicalize the energy down. Is that clear
Yeah,
enough?
you know it.
So I hope that is clear. All right, I think that's the share.
Okay, I think that's the shares for this. So let's do this. We're still going to do some Q&A. We're still going to talk about leaky gut and still do a little bit of Q&A. So let's take a little break and come back and we'll finish the day doing Q&A. And if we have a little bit of time, we'll do another little protocol. But that protocol that we just did is to balance the autonomic nervous system and reduce stress on the digestive tract. Even though you're not focused on the digestive tract, it still reduces stresses on the digestive tract. So you could do that daily if you'd like, like right before you go to bed, pull out one of your oils, work it, conk out, do it again the next day. So, okay, so we'll come back in the half hour. So we'll see you in 15 minutes. And we'll do more Q&A after that. Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and come back. And I know we still want to talk about leaky gut, but let's also do a little bit of Q&A. We gave you guys a little bit of a break doing the process. So if something popped up, go ahead and fire away.
I did have a couple people request a marjoram like liniment or a marjoram spray like liniment for so they could reach their back, and if you could make that.
Oh yeah, that's easy to do. We just do like basically a body tonic, but in with a sprayer. Yeah, that's super easy to do.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And then the other one was the intestinal support, is that what we're calling it? Intestinal detox, that he talked about yesterday. I did get it up on the site for you guys, and I'm gonna post the link here, so you'll have
So again, to revisit, intestinal detox is to help stimulate lymphatic movement in the gut, like to detox the gut. The little bits that I've used it feels really good. Great combination to do with ANS support.
Awesome.
Okay, so let's talk about leaky gut syndrome. And so a lot of times things like leaky gut, like you look at a series of symptoms and it's not like you can just definitely go, we did the test, that's leaky gut. There are tests that can be done and everything, but based on a bunch of information, it's like circumstantial evidence where you go, okay, this is most likely something like leaky gut. So right off the bat, one of the things that happens with leaky gut is It's not always, but usually is associated with an inflammatory condition. Like there's some sort of inflammatory issue going on in the body, and there is a higher probability of having something like leaky gut in the presence of an autoimmune issue, right? And so anything autoimmune, you always want to go through and use things that are anti-inflammatory. But if the autoimmune issue is very strong, I'd probably stay away from German chamomile. Even though it's a very good anti-inflammatory, it's very stimulating to the immune system. And in more extreme cases of autoimmune type issues, it can stimulate the immune system that then attacks the body. And so even something like German chamomile or cinnamon, which are both very strong immune stimulants, they can actually still be tolerated by individuals that have an autoimmune issue. You just lower the dosage and increase frequency, right? So instead of taking like 3 drops in a glass of water, you put 3 drops in that glass of water, and then you drink the water over like, maybe 8 hours versus just chugging the water. You just slow down the rate of absorption. And so that's one way. If you're trying to reduce inflammation in another way, this is where I like to use something like turmeric, frankincense, ginger, black cumin, things of this nature. They're anti-inflammatory, and both the ginger and the frankincense will reduce the buildup of inflammatory material. Sometimes you can use helichrysum just as a free radical scavenger. Going back to potential like allergies, like food allergies, respiratory allergies. If you're prone to respiratory allergies, taking a couple of drops of frankincense on a daily basis reduces the potential for being reactionary to environmental factors. Right? Basically, it means it reduces the chance of you being so reactionary to pollen or whatever is going on that hits the respiratory tract. It probably won't pull you out of crisis, but done ahead of time, it prevents it from getting so bad. And so I wouldn't necessarily say that it's has like an antihistamine effect. It just makes your body less reactive. And so, I take 3 wise men daily, so frankincense and myrrh. And I noticed that my body's a little bit less reactive to things that would normally like cause me to have a reaction. One is like I have this weird reaction where, you can actually have an allergy to excessive hot or cold. And if I get real cold, I go into a sneezing fit. And it's not because my nose or whatever, it's just like I'll get like a chill and then I'll sneeze like 10 times. And it's actually still considered a bit of an allergic response. And when I'm taking the 3 wise men, which is, a lot of frankincense and myrrh, I noticed that I still have it, but it's nowhere to the same degree. And if I'm not taking frankincense, it will happen to me daily. Even in the summertime, it happens to me daily. Early in the morning, I'll get a chill. I'll rapid fire like 10 sneezes, and then I'm back to sleep again. Right? When I'm taking it, it will still happen from time to time. I'll only sneeze like maybe 2 or 3 times. And there's times where days go by without me even doing it. And again, it's just the frankincense makes the body less reactive. Like it makes it not completely non-reactive, but it does reduce it. Myrrh is helpful, especially like reaction to pain. Like it reduces your reactionary response to pain. So the combination there is a very good way to reduce just reactionary things across the board. Right. And so so leaky gut also talks about like, basically the intestinal wall, like allows like food particles and things to pass through it. And yes, that's there. But I would say the bigger issue with leaky gut is the mucous membranes of the digestive tract are heavily impacted. One writing that I read said that basically there's like a loss of the mucous membrane. I've never seen a dissection or anything like that, but I would say mucous membranes are highly impacted by this. And so anytime you see mucous membranes really highly impacted, makes me go down the road a little bit of there's this autoimmune disorder called Sjogren's. And, now Sjogren's gets diagnosed quite easily, and you see it a lot in cases post chemo. Like in the old days, it was actually fatal because nobody knew what it was. Nobody knew to look for it. So it wouldn't be something that somebody caught until like the person's almost dying from it. Like it, and then they'd figure out like, oh, it's an autoimmune issue. So back in the 70s, there was only maybe 100 people in the country diagnosed with Sjogren's. Now it's actually a common thing. Like you could even say sometimes some of your dry eye stuff is usually autoimmune, and that's actually kind of a form of Sjogren's. And so Sjogren's just basically dries out the mucous membranes, like mucous membranes in the mouth, the eyes, the digestive tract, the respiratory tract. In the old days, people with Sjogren's would constantly have to sip water. Like you're just constantly sipping water, putting drops in the eyes and things like this. And so, you're wanting to moisten the mucous membranes. So here with leaky gut syndrome, you have compromised mucous membranes throughout the digestive tract that need to be addressed. And one of the best ways to go through and address this is actually through the use of Schizandra. Schizandra is it's a Chinese herb. It's a Chinese fruit that actually has all five tastes. Sweet, sour, salty. Whatever the five are, but it has all aspects. It's very hydrating and very regenerating to mucous membranes. So even dry eyes, like I think Samantha said last night, she took some to enhance her sleep, and she woke up and she goes, my eyes are nice and lubricated, because like dry eyes is a very common thing these days. Allergies, medications, weather, whatever it might be. But within a dosage or two, you'll notice that your eyes are not quite as dry as they were. And so it's because it helps the body transmute water, and it basically, the first thing it does is it moistens mucous membranes, and then also it hydrates the fascia or the connective tissue in the body, like in a good way, not just dumping fluid, but it hydrates it and makes it more supple. And so in Chinese medicine, they would say Schizandra helps to build tendons. And it's because tendon is a lot of connective tissue. It's the muscle getting down to the place where it's like dense, and the connective tissue is increased density in that area. So because of its hydrating nature, it helps to fortify the tendon and healing, or to build the tendon, which means like if there was a tear or something like that, it helps to fortify that tendon, strengthen the tendon. And so a lot of the issue with leaky gut is the compromised mucous membranes. And so here you do have a strong potential for diarrhea. Cinnamon is still good with this. I would say definitely with water, but if it feels too hot, I might switch to something like galbanum in this. And keep in mind, Wormwood is actually very good for reducing diarrhea and things like this, but the essential oil wormwood do not take that internally. If you want to use wormwood, it's very good for knocking out diarrhea, but get capsules from the health food store. You know, the thing with essential oils, they're very, very concentrated, and topically it's fine, inhalation it's fine, but ingestion of the wormwood essential oil in this particular case, it actually would become toxic. And so do like maybe 3 capsules of wormwood a couple of times a day. It's very soothing to the gut, and it will usually knock out diarrhea pretty quickly, especially if cinnamon is not working for you. You can use something like that. The gas and the bloating, the overgrowth of the bacteria, again, cinnamon can help for that, but again, it might be a little too hot. And if there is a strong autoimmune issue, cinnamon can be tolerated, but you would have to stretch out the dosage. And so one of the ways around that, if you're not feeling super secure about like, oh, how much do I take? I don't know if I have an autoimmune issue. Do it with the bacteria overgrowth. Do it with Palmarosa. Palmarosa will diminish the bad bacteria and increase the good bacteria. And by increasing the good bacteria, it actually will fend off some of the negative bacteria overgrowth. And so right now, I would say for leaky gut, you're going to do Schizandra, you're going to do Palmarosa, both 2 to 3 drops daily. If you want to do more of the Schizandra, go right ahead. But yeah, I don't know if I have a lot more to say about all that. But like anytime you see like an increased permeability and like an intestinal wall, you know, the best way to say it is when something's inflamed, it loses the tissue integrity, right? And so like if you look at a leg that like maybe the nerve's inflamed, it loses its tone, it loses its size, it will stop the nerve's not flowing, so it will actually start to reduce in size a little bit, because it's like your foot going to sleep, but for weeks or months at a time. And so this can happen with the digestive tract. And the thing that I would add to this, because really, if you went Schizandra and Palmarosa, it's not a quick fix, but it's a very good long-term fix. If you're having diarrhea or something like that, manage the acute symptoms. But long-term, the Schizandra to regenerate the mucous membranes, the Palmarosa for the bacterial growth, and to increase tissue integrity, I would actually use mastic internally. And, potentially mastic or cystis could reduce the permeability in the intestinal walls. And, mastic is used as something that you eat after a meal, so it's not quite a digestive, it's just something that people take after a meal in, where is that, Greece, like in the Greek culture. And so I don't even think they take it in a pill. I think they just have like a little piece of resin that they, because it's a resin like frankincense or myrrh or whatever. And so they take a little tiny piece on it and then just chew it up. And, it's used to, they would say, aid digestion, but it kind of helps that, but it's really about increasing or improving the integrity of the tissues throughout the digestive tract. It can do it anywhere, but here we're talking about ingesting it, so it's going to hit the digestive tract. Cystis can do it also. Basically, you're looking at things that are a bit more on the astringent side, and cystis is an astringent. Maintaining the tissue integrity a little bit more in the realm of mastic, but if you didn't have mastic and you had cystis, you could switch it out. But if you're going to have to buy one, I'd get the mastic. Get the mastic. Sometimes I've used like really bitter herbs like wormwood or golden seal to firm up the intestinal wall. Basically you want to constrict the tissue so that it's not as permeable. Those food particles start to hit the bloodstream and can deposit in other parts of the body. So for one, it can impact the immune system. It can actually cause the immune system to be an autoimmune response. But also what starts to happen when you see somebody who has a pretty bad case of leaky gut is they get these little like cysts all over their body. They're like the size of a marble, and they'll just have these like little weird cysts that just pop up on their arms and legs, and they're not malignancy. They're basically like a little fatty cyst that, there's food material that's hit the bloodstream and gone into the body, and so the body just encapsulates it to keep the body stable. So then there's all these little encapsulated things throughout the body. And so people can be like relatively healthy and still have like those little cysts. I've known several people that have those, and they're usually just treated as a cosmetic thing. If they're in a place where it's not pleasing to the eye, people will have them cut out or something like that. But for the most part, I knew this one cyclist one time, his legs were just covered in them, and didn't bother him, didn't bother his recovery, didn't bother his performance. They were just there. They're in more of the superficial tissues, and he just didn't think twice about it. And so with that, those are your best bets moving forward with that. You will have to adjust when you deal with some of the symptoms. I think always using like a digestive, like how you would like after you eat, is always kind of a good thing. Things that are high carb, high sugar might actually make it a little bit worse, just because like sugar and carbs can cause a little bit of an inflammatory response in the body, where proteins and things like that can have a short-term like anti-inflammatory effect. So when you see somebody that has a lot of inflammatory type issues, it's not the greatest strategy, but you can go a bit more of a protein-oriented diet to help reduce some of the inflammation. It's just that eventually it starts to be hard on the kidneys and how you process all that protein. And back in the late 70s, people were slamming protein powder without even adding water. Like there was this multi-level company that was around for about 10 years, and everybody in that group were slamming this like protein powder. And I don't know, I remember seeing that, I was kind of young at the time, and I was like, that can't be good. And then I remember many years later running into some of the key people in that multi-level thing. It had gone out of business, but I was involved in a research project that involved some theories that group had put forward. And a lot of people in that circle had to have their gallbladder out. And it was a lot in that circle. And, I don't know if it was always about the protein. They might have had some other issue that they were doing something with, because these guys were really super fanatical about the amount of supplements that they took every day. Was the equivalent to like a meal. Like they would take 20 things of this, 10 of this, 20 of that, like you would have like a little bowl of supplements that you would have to take. And so I don't know exactly what it was, but I suspect it was that protein powder. So, you know, still a balanced diet. It's always good. You fine tune it sometimes when there's a health issue, but still getting a little bit of everything is always like best bet. So, anyway, let's go ahead. You can ask questions about this or any other questions. And if we're good with all the questions, I'll still run you through one more protocol.
Go ahead, Bob.
Hey, Ralph.
Say, Greg, you mentioned cysts. Is there an oil for cysts?
You know, nothing that works good enough to say like, oh, this would really nail it. You know, there's those old herbal God, what do they call it? The like drawing salves. They're really super painful. It does do it. The thing that I've always seen is whenever somebody's used that, it's about 50-50 that gets infected or not. And so then you're dealing with a whole nother ball of wax. And then it leaves a really nasty scar. And so oil-wise, there's not really the best way to treat cysts. You know, energetically, you can kind of go through and do it, but it's so time-consuming. It's so much easier. Like if there's one that's just really jumping out at you, just have the doctor. Like a lot of times they do it in the office. It's not even that big of a thing. It's not even like they put you under. They just spray with a local and pop it out.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, like it would, I mean, it's still an incision, but it's like, you know how you go when you get like a mole removed or a skin tag? It's a little bit more than that, but not much. Like they just kind of, because it's real superficial. So they just make a little incision, pop it out, sew it up, done. At least when I've seen it done, that's what they did. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
If someone has those cysts or has cysts, does that mean they have leaky gut?
Probably. Yeah. Like I would say if you have like those little cysts that pop up all over your body, it's probably a leaky gut issue. Yeah. I would start treating the mucous membranes like I do the thing that we just talked about. Treat the mucous membrane, reduce inflammation. Okay, so let's revisit. Mucous membrane, Shazandra, right? Reducing inflammation or potential inflammation in the body. You could use black cumin, you could use turmeric, you could use let's see if I'm like leaving something out. We want to stay away from the blue oils. Black cumin, turmeric.
You also said ginger and
Yeah,
frankincense.
ginger and or frankincense. Like I would say just pick one of them. I would probably go black cumin or turmeric, to be honest with you. But okay, so you have Shazandra, and then you have something out of the inflammatory family, anti-inflammatory family. So black cumin or turmeric would be your choice. Then from there, friendly bacteria. You want to diminish the overgrowth. You want to increase friendly bacteria. That would be your Palmarosa. Then the last thing is tissue integrity, and that would be your mastic.
And go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
I just a question. You've said them before. Drawing salves, is that like black salve?
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. Yeah, they call it like sometimes they call it black salve, sometimes they call it drawing salve. I think one time I saw it called like bloodroot salve or something like that. You know, they're usually variations of the same thing, but you know, those black salves or drawing salve, that's what it is. You know, originally those were used on
Skin cancer.
livestock. It was used originally on livestock. You know, because the rancher didn't always do the surgeries. You know, even now, like when you say, like when you have like cattle, you know, cows that are milk producers and everything, they usually have a guy or sometimes a couple of guys that's constantly going around and checking the hooves of all those cows because they're standing in like mud and poop and stuff all the time. And so they get these weird growths on their legs that look like a wart with like hair on them. You know, they just like slang is just, you call it a hairy wart, but they're like kind of big sometimes. And so like the ranchers don't go through and do that. They have a guy who specializes in coming in, cutting it out, you know, cleaning it up, bandaging it, you know, that whole thing. Like ranchers aren't used to being the ones who go through and do that. So the drawing salve back in the day was a way to pull out a tumor or growth or something that needed to be cut out, but without having to do surgery. You know, they could just take a minute, slap it on, do it every day for a little while, and then usually within a couple of weeks, it's out. The issue is that because it takes so long and then it turns into an open wound, is that you have a high potential for infection. I mean, I'd say more times than not when I've seen that, it's like I've seen it when it was in the infected state. Like they get infected quite often. And so it's just open too long. You know, it's this big inflamed area that is also kicking out something that's toxic, and it just kind of creates a situation where there's a bit of an infection. And so usually you have to treat an infection shortly after drawing out whatever it was. And it does leave a pretty nasty scar.
But it was used ostensibly for skin cancer, right?
People have used it for that. Efficacy, you know, anytime you're drawing something out, you know, they've used like THC oil for that, orange oil, things like that. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, you know, it's one of those things.
Okay, I was just interested in hearing your take on it.
Yeah, I mean, potentially it would work on skin cancer, but still, if it's on the face or on the head, big chance of nasty scar and potential for infection. So the THC oil, I've seen that actually work. Like I had several clients do that back in the early days when the THC was just first being legalized, and they did it. It was called like Miller oil or Mueller oil or something like that. There was like some super concentrated version of that, and they would put it on every day and it didn't knock it out. I saw a few times where it did not work, but orange essential oil will also do that. If you put it on a Q-tip and rub it on the area, sometimes it knocks out the skin cancer, you know, not every time, but times, you know. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Yeah. THC oil, how interesting.
Yeah, that's one of the early uses for it. Not my area of expertise, but I have seen it like work. And you know, for me, like if it works a few times, it's like, oh, it's interesting, but I need to, for me, like I need to see like it's worked a bunch consistently. Like, you know, I like to see at least 25 cases. In the old days when I was doing R&D for people, it was usually more like 100 cases. But you know, if you're just looking at anecdotal information, 25 is a good number. 20 to 25 is a good number. 3 or 4, too many chances of an anomaly. You know, 10, you're starting to go, okay, I'm starting to see a pattern. 20, you know the pattern. Like you know, you can kind of guesstimate where it's going to go. But with just a couple, too many factors and not enough information to see a pattern.
My friend was a cannabis guru in Colorado. She was licensed by the state to prescribe and everything. And she had a 99% cure rate. The one person who did not make it through was just on death's door like literally wanted to live when she saw them. But otherwise, she had an incredible.
Yes, yeah, I don't have access to that information. Yeah.
So if you ever want access,
It doesn't surprise me, but yeah. I think back in the old days too, I didn't pay a lot of attention to it because there wasn't a lot of access to, the material to treat with. So like I didn't really pay that much attention to it back in the day. And now so many places, it's legal now that you can pick things up like that quite easily these days. So
yeah, a pound of bud made 1 ounce of this stuff. So it.
Oh, so the Miller stuff or the Mueller stuff, whatever that is.
Yeah, what I can't remember the name of it, but yeah.
Yeah. It was
She
something like they cooked it down to something.
made it.
Yeah.
Definitely works.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Sandra, then Christine.
Hey, Sandra.
Hi, I have a question about black or peppers. You talk a lot about black cumin being a really great anti-inflammatory. I have a lot of peppers, and I think I bought them because they were supposed to be anti-inflammatories. And I'm just wondering, you haven't mentioned them, so I was wondering what you thought about.
Are we talking about like the essential oil or
Yes,
like at the grocery store?
Mhm.
Okay. So
I have pepper supreme and a lot of the
oh,
peppers.
good for you. So black pepper, white pepper, pink pepper, and pepper supreme, which are all 3 of them together, are all circulatory tonics. They're circulatory like they tone the circulation. The other thing with it is they're a lymphatic stimulant, right? So that's probably where you got the inflammatory part. They're not necessarily anti-inflammatory, but they do stimulate lymphatic circulation, which, when we talk about like areas being achy and stuff, it's that the area is toxic and then the circulation is sluggish. And so pepper is really good for that.
Would you use it topically?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You wouldn't ingest it then? Too hot?
You could, but it actually probably works better topical. Yeah.
Okay.
And very good antispasmodic. All of the peppers. The pink is like the lightest. It still has a circulatory component, but it's not quite as hot as white pepper or black pepper. But even white pepper and black pepper aren't that hot. Like it's they're very grounding, they're very stimulating to the circulation, but there's not like a ton of heat with them. And so I like that because of that. And the antispasmodic property, it's pretty strong. Like, I'd put it up there in the realm of marjoram. Marjoram probably being the best one, but like pepper is right there with it. And then the other thing with pepper that is kind of amazing is that it does help to release fascia. And so that's the connective tissue. So, when we're dealing with muscle issues, you're dealing with like knots and tension and things like that. But when you're dealing with fascia, like it's the thing that wraps around muscle. And sometimes it's in a pattern that even though you relax the muscles, the fascia hasn't really changed. And the way that you release fascia is you hydrate it, like you either moisten it with increased water hydration in the body, or you increase blood flow to a particular area. And so the peppers help to increase circulation to particular areas, and therefore like improving the hydration of the connective tissue, so you can actually unwind like fascial patterns in the body. And so if you think about like digestive calm is like trying to do that, but in the gut, this would be for all the other parts of the body. Like if you're trying to unwind like a shoulder or a hip, or, there's the antispasmodics, but then you can go with peppers. And so pepper feels really good on the body. Like, you could do it even just neat, like if you have an area that's like tight or wound up, put several drops on that area and then rub it in, and oh my god, it feels really good.
So
Yeah,
it sounds like something for the lower back. It would be good for the
low
lower back.
back, the shoulders, the hamstrings, the feet, any of it would work.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
Thanks. I
I
was
will-
using it wrong, so
Yeah.
I'm glad I had
yeah,
the
like
conversation.
well, the other area, like after I said all that, where you might have got it too, is we use it in like an anti-inflammatory blend with turmeric. And the reason being that black pepper enhances the properties of the turmeric. Like you could almost say it activates the turmeric to function better within the body. And so a lot of times when you mix a little bit of black pepper with turmeric, it makes the turmeric much more potent. And so I probably said something of that nature, and that's probably how you got there.
Okay, thanks so much.
You're so welcome.
Go ahead, Christine.
Hey, Christine.
Yes, I'm getting ready to place an order on your website, and I am brand new to using oils. And I have heard you say a couple of times, invite participants here to connect with you if they have questions or if it doesn't seem working. What is the means of doing that? How would I do that?
So the best thing is to email us at Plant Prana Calendar. I'm typing it in for you. plantpranacalendar@gmail.com. And that is a perfect question, by the way, because we do have other ways you guys can connect and ask questions as well. Every Tuesday, Greg does these Q&As for you guys as well. So like this is kind of like a elongated version of it. You're always welcome to email us at plantpranacalendar@gmail.com. Greg does get to them when he has time. And so that is a great way.
I usually try to answer it like maybe twice a week.
Yeah, exactly. And then whenever we send you the recording link, there is more information, including we have a private Facebook page. I don't know if you're on Facebook, but it is called Plant Prana Q&A, and it's a great resource where students can ask questions, and then other students and Greg will respond with answers. And a lot of times these questions have maybe been asked before, and the students are really great sources of information. So I really highly recommend the Facebook Q&A as well. And that information will be in the recording link for you. So it'll all be written out and really easy for you that way. But if you have like a personal question or anything, email us is fine. And the Tuesday Q&As, because we know life keeps popping up and happening. And so, Greg wants to make himself available to you guys.
Is there something I can help you with right now?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay.
I'm satisfied with the list of oils and stuff that I've created based on what I've heard. And so I'm going to go ahead and order. Thank you.
Oh, and another place just to get information. My favorite thing is our newsletter. Greg tries to give up-to-date information just for anything going on. We also give up-to-date information on what's going on in our blog and the YouTube channel. It's a lot. If you're new, it's just a lot of information. Greg's full of everything. Just take bite size as you can. And just know emailing, we're here for you as we can be and as you need. So just want to say that. I'm allergic to peppers, especially green and red. Would pepper essential oils be something I should avoid? And I think they're referring to bell peppers.
Right. You're probably okay. You know, the thing with essential oils is they don't quite have the same, it's not like taking black pepper is like eating like a peppercorn or something. You know, it's an aspect of it. It doesn't have everything, it just has pieces of it. And so a lot of times the thing that causes an allergic reaction is not present in essential oils. Like it doesn't have pollen, it doesn't have like all the things that would normally cause like an issue. Doesn't mean that it still doesn't happen from time to time. One example would be like with ragweed allergies. Occasionally somebody has a reaction with chamomiles, like Roman and German chamomile. And I haven't had very many allergic reactions through the years. I think there's been a couple. One was cedar, one was chamomile, but you know, you can try it on the skin and just see, but you know, those are different kinds of peppers, and green pepper, red pepper are in the nightshade family, so they also cause a little bit of inflammation, sometimes just even ingesting them in somebody who doesn't have an allergy, where the pink and white and black pepper doesn't really quite have that issue. But you should be okay, but let's have you just do topically, not take it internally. Really, most of the applications for the different peppers would be topical or inhalation anyway. So you should probably be good there. But if in doubt, like test it on a part of your skin and see. Yeah, good question though.
And like Greg said, if you want to buy a 2 ml of anything to try out and stuff, you definitely can just let us know, email us again. For the 4 oils for the leaky gut, is that 2 to 3 drops internally daily?
Yeah, with all of them. The Shazendra you could do twice a day, but you know, you're already doing a lot, so yeah.
Do you do Shazandra as an herb or oil?
Oil. If you do Shazendra as an herb, you have to do a much bigger dosage. Yeah, much bigger dosage.
Yeah, go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Let's get you unmuted. There you go.
Hey.
I got distracted and I can't remember what I was going to ask. I don't know.
Well, just raise your hand again if it comes back, no problem. Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Oh, hi. Yeah, sorry. Okay, I have the black cumin. It is, I can use that first. Would you prefer I try it on my skin, like with the jojoba oil or something, just to see if I have any symptoms?
You're trying to see if you're allergic or something? Yeah. Maybe just put a drop on your skin. You don't even need to do it with a jojoba. Like put it like on the inside wrist here.
Okay.
Because that spot is going to be a little bit more sensitive, and if you're going to have a reaction, you'll know right there.
I'll know, and then not take it internally.
Right.
Okay,
right.
but otherwise I might be okay to take 1 or 2 drops internally thereafter.
Yeah.
Very slow though, like slow and build.
Yeah, like if you're unsure and you're like wanting to be cautious for a potential like reaction, test the skin and then at first do a drop and then 2 drops and then 3 drops. That's probably good at 3 drops. Really severe cases we do more, but long term 3 drops is pretty solid.
Excellent, thank you.
How do you spell Sjogren's?
How do you spell that? SJOGRENS, I believe.
Try that.
Yeah.
Earlier you were talking about the benefits of frankincense. Somebody was asking, is there a best one or which one?
No, actually, any of the frankincenses, just like your good old fashioned normal frankincense will work, but any of the variations of frankincense, you know, Sarada, Oman, the Vital, you know, the premium is just the regular frankincense, but distilled in a couple of different ways to harness more of the scent. And so any of that will work. You know, black frankincense, any of the frankincense will work.
How about hypothyroid?
Excuse me. When you're dealing with thyroid issues, again, I would treat the whole endocrine system. So again, lemon verbena, endocrine support, or lavender complex would be a way to tone the whole. I like to use 3 wise men for like jump starting the hormonal systems, and then specific for the thyroid to balance it out, that it's either high or low. You know, you're balancing the function of the thyroid, is clove oil taken internally, you know, a couple of drops of clove oil. So there's been times in the past where I used green myrtle to treat some thyroid issues, but clove oil is pretty solid. You know, I would go first with clove.
I hope I heard this right. So you said Litsi paper or the endocrine support, and those for the whole, was it Litsi?
No.
So for the treating the whole endocrine
Lemon
system.
verbena.
Lemon verbena, sorry about that. And that would be what application?
Internal. Yeah.
Endocrine support.
Oh, endocrine support would be topical on the rest. Yeah, my apologies.
And I'm just kind of trying to go through and make sure I get all your questions, guys, but always feel free to, again, always raise your hand or unmute yourself, keep typing in, especially if it was a while ago and it seems like I missed your question. So I'm seeing this from a while ago. It said, how many drops do you take? I haven't found it's super effective. Maybe I'm not taking enough. Could you just, I don't know which oil you're referring to. Will you just type that over to me?
Where's Shazandra?
Oh, it was Shazandra.
Okay. How long have you been taking it?
Off and on, so maybe I haven't been consistent enough with it. But I might take it 3 or 4 nights in a row. And
you're using it for the effect on the mucous membranes or to enhance sleep?
Mucous membranes, particularly in the eyes. It
So the
doesn't seem
eyes,
to impact sleep at all.
so the eyes are just dry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can increase dosage.
I've just been taking it in the evening, but it doesn't seem to impact sleep. So I could, I guess, take it another time.
And you've been doing up to 3 drops?
Probably more, 1 or 2.
Let's have you bump up to like 3 or 4 and like maybe cut off being 5. And okay. Then at that point, if it's not working for that, the thing that I would try after that, I would say it's probably a dosage issue. Like if you increase dosage, it will probably improve. But one of the other things is you can use cinnamon, but like you could do it more like as an inhalation rather than just taking it internally. And the theory being that like by jump starting all the systems in the body, one of the things that happens is it starts to produce like moisture in the mucous membranes and things like that. I find that Schizandra works better for it, but there's times where if the Schizandra didn't work, we switch over to cinnamon. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll start with increasing the dosage.
Increase the dosage. Yeah, because I mean, rarely does Schizandra doesn't work. But I mean, that just happens sometimes. So like if it doesn't work, it just means there's not a deficiency in that area. We got to explore some other things. So
Okay. I'm hesitant with the cinnamon because of the tachycardia.
yeah, I would and just the heat, like it's not always tolerated by everybody. Some people love it and some people are like, oh, and so inhaling it shouldn't raise the blood pressure, increase the tachycardia. Maybe we'll do it a little tiny bit, but ingesting it will increase it, but it's usually like 5 points. It's usually not like a lot. And so it's not like it bumps it up 20 points or anything. It raises it a little bit. I mean, there's some herbs that do that. Like golden seal actually raises your blood pressure for a couple of hours by about 10 points. And part of it is it activates the basic and the main men and spreads energy throughout the body, but at the same time, taken internally, it will elevate the blood pressure for a few hours.
So if I increase the dose on the Schizandra for 7 to 10 days, is that a good test?
Yeah, I say at 10 days, if it's not working at a stronger dosage, it's probably not going to work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg, I got a question about putting things in oil. Lately, I've been using 3 Wise Men in the morning, and I put a couple of drops in the bottom of the jar of the glass, pour some water on top of it, swish it around. But it seems like there's a lot of the oil that gets left on the glass. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I was wondering what's your suggested method of mixing oil and water?
What I do is I usually put it in, like after I put the water in, I put it on top, and then because part of it is it doesn't always mix super well with the water, and so when you put it in first, it has more potential for displacing and getting it up on the sides of the glass and everything. You put it on top, it just kind of lingers there on top, and then when you drink it, you're getting that, but you're getting water to wash it down and dilute it. It's like basically you're mixing it in your mouth.
Okay.
And so I would say just put it on, or put it in the glass like afterwards, not right off the bat.
Okay. How about like doing clove or cinnamon, which are both pretty strong oils? How would you how would you go about
you can still do it that way? Like I still do like lemongrass and clove and cinnamon that way, because you are like drinking water, it's mixing in your mouth, and so it should be fine.
Okay. I'm thinking specifically of having to go to the dentist and wanting, the antibiotic properties of clove. And I remember last time I tried that, it was warm, shall we say.
You put it on neat though on the gums, if I remember right, or no, you gargled with it.
Probably.
Yeah.
So just using it like a mouthwash, having put water and the clove on top of the water should cut down the heat a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And honestly, I did it yesterday with the clove, and I was like, oh, it's still spicy. And I just kept having to rinse and gargle. So like it was like until it stopped being too spicy in my mouth, I just kept like gargling with it. Basically, I was like swish to swish, gargle. Oh, it's still a little too spicy. A little more water, swish to swish. And it only took a few times, but like
I don't seem to have that issue. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, well, you've been doing it for longer than I have.
Yeah,
some of us are just a little more sensitive.
We're struggling to keep up with you more ways than one. Thanks.
You're so welcome.
I'm gonna go up these questions here, guys. Do oils mix better in warmer water?
Yeah, like, I mean, they'll mix no matter what, but warmer water, like, basically helps them to be a little bit more volatile, and so they will break down a little bit faster. And so, yeah, I would say warmer water makes them mix faster or quicker.
Or coffee?
Yeah, coffee works.
And I just want to apologize again for the endocrine one. I'm gonna do 2 clarifying questions. I put Litzia cubeba. It is not, it is lemon verbena. That was the oil,
Right.
lemon verbena.
Yeah.
So my apologies, and I can type that specifically to you. And someone else is wondering with the lavender complex for the endocrine, is that internal?
No, it's topical as well. Like on the wrist. Topical on the wrist, salt bath, or inhaled.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. So we have a little bit of time left. I don't know if we have any more questions. So let's do one more thing for reducing the tension in the back. Oh no, actually, I forgot to cover something. So I'm glad we had extra time. Let's do this. I am going to send okay, so she's going to get a picture here very shortly.
I will share it with you guys.
Okay, so we have that up.
Mhm.
Okay, so you see the picture on the right, the one that does not have red in it, the one that has a bunch of little X's, like somebody's playing a weird game of tic-tac-toe. It's on both sides of the belly button. You can kind of see that it's a little bit below the belt line and still below the belly button, but on each side. There's 9 X's on one side and 6 X's on the other. So this area is referring to part of the skeletal muscle that covers the abdomen. It is one of the muscles that allows for movement and things like that. And so going back to the idea of the trigger points, you know how we did the thing on the back, and the multifidi can cause like irritable bowel syndrome and abdominal pain and some cramping and things like this. These set of points here cause diarrhea. And sometimes the diarrhea that you're dealing with isn't part of the digestive issue as much as that the skeletal muscle, this part of the abdominal muscle, has trigger points in it, and the referred neurological dysfunction causes the bowels to act erratically and actually causes diarrhea. And so with this, you're wanting to diminish the trigger point activity. And so, like Ralph was asking before, you can inhale the trigger point blend. You can put it on the area, but the trigger point blend is good for like inhaling, and you could put it on topically, but then go back through and follow it with probably something like marjoram, or a couple people here were talking about having pepper, like black pepper or something like that. You would put some on the abdomen down below the belly button like this, and then kind of use your fingers, like don't rub like this, right? You're kind of digging in the abdomen with your fingertips and get in and really work those two areas. You don't have to be exactly on each of the X's, but you just work that whole lower abdominal area. So this can cause a little bit of bloating, but definitely causes diarrhea, especially chronic diarrhea. Like when it's there, it can just, you calm the diarrhea down by taking something internal, but this is the thing that keeps agitating it. So even like if you have one of those oils like marjoram or ginger or pepper or basil, petitgrain, put some on your belly, down below your belly button. If you don't have any of those, you can try something else, or just do it without the oil and just kind of get down in your abdomen and just start poking around in these areas. If you look at those areas, just poke around and see if it feels tender, like, get in and just kind of move your fingers around, see what you can kind of feel or palpate in this area.
Anything internal?
No, just
Great. And that was primarily for diarrhea?
Yeah, this is just for diarrhea. And so, I mean, this sounds kind of weird, but sometimes that area down below your belly button gets contracted when you are straining to breathe or coughing a lot. So sometimes you might be sick with a respiratory issue, and then it turns into like an intestinal issue where you have a little bit of diarrhea for a day or two. Most likely it's actually the muscle causing the diarrhea and not necessarily like a bacteria or virus down in the gut. It's just all the coughing aggravated these trigger points. They're acute. A little bit of time goes by, they relax and go away. But if you've had it multiple times, they'll contract and then they'll stay that way. So getting in and just working this area from time to time will help prevent it. But if you're prone to diarrhea, I would do this pretty substantially for a little while. So go ahead and explore that. And then there's another thing I want to put up for you.
Oh, yeah, I'll put it in chat for you as well. Good call.
Okay, and let's move on from there, and let's go ahead and post the next one.
They have two pictures,
Yeah.
correct? Okay.
Do this one first. Okay, so these are two.
Just, sorry, the camera. We're good on the camera.
These two places are part of this real narrow muscle that runs down the center of your abdomen, and the higher part actually can cause like burping or belching. It also can cause reflux or GERD. And so, it's showing 1X, but it's on both sides. It's not just one-sided. So you see a little band of fibers, it's on both sides. And so that upper part, you could actually use this to treat potentials for reflux or GERD. And then the bottom part is for bloating, nausea, abdominal pain.
I put the wrong picture up, guys.
Oh.
Sorry. They're very similar, so don't mind me.
No.
No.
You want me to resend them?
Maybe. So I'll download it. It's good.
Yeah, that's it.
This one.
Right. Okay, so you see the top X, the one that's marked number 1. The pain pattern is across the back like that. But here we're looking at it more for reflux, GERD, heartburn, or if you're having to burp or belch a lot. And then the bottom one, number 2, that's down below the belt line, just like right above the pubic bone there. This causes, when it's there, abdominal pain, abdominal cramping, nausea, and vomiting. And so these are soft tissue, skeletal muscles that actually cause particular syndromes. And then just as a fun fact, this one here.
That's the one that we're looking at before.
Yeah.
I'll get it back
This one
for
will
you.
cause also nausea, vomiting, bloating, abdominal pain, and kind of a pseudo appendicitis type pain if it's on the right side.
And I'll get it in the chat as well, so you guys can get that downloaded as you need.
And so again, like you just would, put a little bit of something antispasmodic on, and there's a whole like theory and approach to treating trigger points. I'm glad to teach that class. I just think that most people would probably not be super interested, so that's why I haven't presented it. Right before COVID, we were gearing up to teach it to massage therapists and chiropractors. And then COVID happened, and so like I just put it on the shelf. But just getting in and digging with your fingers, you're looking kind of for like a tender spot, and then just massage it. You don't have to make it super painful, but let the oil do a lot of the work. So keep putting in the marjoram or the pepper or whatever the antispasmodic is. And you can go back and forth. If you have trigger point blend, you can inhale that, because the trigger point blend will just start to unwind all the trigger points in the body and start to help stimulate the anabolic state while you're sleeping. And so it's kind of like doing like the bigger work for the body. But when you get in and you start working on that little spot, the trigger point blend works, but most people don't have that. So you can go jump into like the marjoram, the peppers, things like that. Yeah. Yeah. So any questions about that with the trigger points or like how to do it or?
Because I know trigger points are probably good for a lot of you.
Yeah.
So we need more clarity on that stuff. Yeah, go ahead, Saja.
Hey, Sajana.
Let's make sure you can unmute yourself.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Mhm.
I'm a little confused about these drawings. I thought I understood the first one, but then after seeing all these, I'm not sure what I'm looking at. I'm seeing, like, let's take the first one I'm looking at, which has all the little X's
Mhm.
on one side, and then it has just a couple of X's on the, I guess it's a front left. So which one, what are those all trigger points?
Yes, you have to hit all those little spots. So those X's, the reason why those X's are like that, when you're getting in and you're using your hand and palpation and massage, you just kind of hit those general areas. But those little X's are, this is out of physician's desk reference. So those would be injection sites. Like you would inject those areas because those are where the trigger points are located. So it would be one way of deactivating those. And then another way is you use this like cold spray and you would put the body in stretches and then you would spray those areas to stretch it out to deactivate it. I find that essential oils probably work better than that. Sometimes the shots you have to do repeatedly, and there's not a lot of doctors out there that actually do the trigger point shots. And so in the old days, they didn't even put medication in them. They would just put them in with saline solution. So you're just trying to irritate the area to increase blood flow. But as time went by, they started putting in a little bit of corticosteroid or, something of that nature, just to reduce the inflammation and things like that. That works, but you are getting a little bit of cortisone in the area. And so by going through and treating this, you could actually even treat it energetically. But by going through and doing this, if this is the problem, the diarrhea will stop usually with the first treatment. Like, I mean, it's crazy how quickly it works and how bad that was causing a problem that has nothing to do with that spot. I know.
Okay, I'm still, that's more information. And I still have one question. I think my mind just stopped working because there's so much information passing through right now. But the body on the left has the red,
Oh, those are pain patterns. You don't need to pay any attention to those. That's like if you're trying to troubleshoot, like you see how they're on the backside. Like back pain that's side to side is actually not back pain. It's actually stomach pain that's manifesting as the problem is on the stomach muscles, but the pain is registering on the backside.
Okay, that's what I
Anytime
thought.
you see pain go across like side to side in the back,
Yeah.
it's always the abdomen.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'll ponder that.
Yeah.
I get it to begin with. I just sort of got lost there with all the
Sure.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. I mean, that's the thing with trigger points. Like I a lot of times don't bring them out very much just because it's a whole nother thing. Like it is such a whole nother thing. And so I just thought it was interesting here because like for me treating like diarrhea, like I've had patients that have had diarrhea for like 10, 15 years, like just everyday diarrhea. And they've gone to doctors and everything. So normal things aren't going to calm it down. So I look at like what are abnormal causes for the diarrhea, and one of them is a super tight diaphragm, and the other one is this abdominal issue. And you'd be surprised how often this abdominal issue pops up in chronic diarrhea cases. You know, it happens actually quite a bit.
Cool. Well,
Yeah.
it's a great adjunct to another way to look at things.
And like, who would have thought that like your skeletal muscle, like, you know, the thing that holds you upright is causing you to have diarrhea? Like our brains just don't work that way.
Yeah.
You know,
Thank you.
you're so welcome.
Question, is that good for hiatal hernia?
No, hiatal hernia is actually higher. And so a lot of times there's no real great treatment for hiatal hernia. But a lot of times what you do is you take your thumb and you find the bottom of your rib cage, the xiphoid process here, and you stick your thumb in like this, but like in, right? You don't hit that little bone sticking down. You go right below it and you go in. And then once it's in, you just slowly pull down. Like you just slowly slide your hand down, you know, and you do it a couple of times, you know, keep getting in there, and then, you know, it kind of hurts a little bit, but you're not fixing anything. You're just pulling the tissue out of the hernia itself. And so from time to time, you just have to do that with a hiatal hernia. But there's probably more people walking around with a hiatal hernia than don't have a hiatal hernia. I mean, hiatal hernias are super, super common.
Those are close to where one would feel menstrual cramps. Is there any connection, any crossover treatment?
Yeah, like you would use it, you know, here we're just talking about digestion, but yeah, you would use it also for menstrual cramps. One of the ways that you can treat it for menstrual cramps is take like a massage oil, or you could take like Tumanu oil. This would actually even work something even more extreme like endometriosis, and put several drops of tarragon on it and then rub it on the low abdomen. And if you're treating endometriosis, it needs to be in Tumanu. If you're just treating menstrual cramps, it doesn't matter what the carrier is. But you rub it all along your lower abdomen below your belly button, and it will take that out. The other thing that you can do for menstrual cramps is just several drops of marjoram down below the belly button. It doesn't have to be exact, but a lot of times will take the cramping out. And so either tarragon in a carrier oil or marjoram neat will knock that out. And if you're prone to menstrual issues, be it heavy or light or irregular, whatever it is, do Vitex daily. Vitex is like a female tonic. It helps to regulate some of the hormones associated with female reproduction. And so like a drop or two, rub your fingers together and just rub it in your temple every day. That's all you got to do. But if you do that on a regular basis, it will help to regulate the menstrual cycle and reduce some of the symptoms. If it's heavy, it lightens it up. If it's light, it regulates it. If you're premenopausal or menopausal, it reduces symptoms. I mean, female reproductive tonic, I mean, Vitex is it, like it really rocks. And so if you have any of those issues, I just started using it on a daily basis. You know, it's better to use it daily rather than a spot treatment, because you're trying to break a cycle within the endocrine system. It's slow to react, but once you kind of establish the pattern, it will maintain it for a while. But just putting it on like a spot treatment from time to time, it's not enough to put a dent in endocrine function. You have to do super consistent over a long period of time.
Will we have time for another protocol? If not, some directions on the protocol? I don't know.
Let's see, what protocol can we do? Yeah, I was going to do the thing for the respiratory tract with the breathing. We could end with that. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so one of the things, like going back to wanting to pull somebody out of a sympathetic state to reduce the stress response in the gut and help balance out the nervous system, we did the thing where we did back heart, front heart, forehead, back head, and then reversed it. The other way to impact that is through the breath, and we're going to basically deepen the breath. And so basically what you're treating here is bronchial spasms, which means like you can take a long, slow, deep breath. And then when it comes time to exhale, you should be able to exhale even slower than your inhalation. But when you have bronchial spasms, you'll inhale and then you go, okay, now exhale, slow, like take a long, slow exhalation and you go, and it's just over. It's because there's spasms. And so anytime you deepen the breath and relax the bronchioles, you're actually taking tension out of the fight flight response in your body. And so what you're doing here is you're manually going to reduce constrictions in the bronchioles. And so this is referred to as pursed lip breathing. And so basically you inhale through your nose, you take a long, slow, deep breath, and then you hold your breath for a moment, and then you exhale slowly, but you purse your lips like you're trying to like whistle, or you're just trying to force air out of a hole that's too small, so that you have to really like push it out. So you go. And then again. So do it with me. Tighten your lips, little tiny hole, and then force the air out. And then again, inhale slowly. And then force air out. And then inhale again one more time. So normally when we're dealing with respiratory issues, you would do things here to relax the diaphragm and the bronchioles and things here. But here we're trying to calm down the sympathetic nervous system. So if you have marjoram, or if you have tarragon or lemongrass, anise, anything like that, yuzu, let's have you pull that out and just inhale that, not directing it anywhere in particular, just inhale it for a few minutes. Just inhaling, exhaling, inhaling, exhaling. And then put the bottle down, inhale, hold your breath, and then purse your lips, and then force the air out again. And then do it again. And then one more time. And then again, your marjoram or your tarragon, your anise, your lemongrass. And then just be still, let everything go. Feels nice, yeah. You could do this on a daily basis or a couple of times a week. And again, we're not treating a respiratory issue. Like if we were treating respiratory issues, we'd use like things like hyssop and myrtle and things like that. And here we're trying to use the breath to calm down the fight flight mechanism in your nervous system. So we're using oils that are a little bit more neurologically oriented. So. Okay, you guys. Well, thanks for a wonderful weekend. It was great hanging out with you guys. I hope we got your questions. And I think the next one we're going to do is, that's the free study group like this, is probably going to be the respiratory track, respiratory health. So anyway, thanks for joining us. We'll be doing a small version of this on Tuesday. If you want to come in, anything goes, you can ask whatever. And some of you I'll see next week in the Phoenix technique.